speak. And at that point, you will also have the option to turn on your camera if you choose to do so. Please note that there is a 20-second delay between the attendee and presenter mode, so please keep that in mind as you're being promoted. At the conclusion of your comment or the 3-minute mark, you'll be muted again and return back to the level of attendee. We will accept the raise hand feature as they come in, and once the person in front of you is done speaking, Trini Hurtado, also with DOJ, will say your name and prompt you and that will be your indication to begin speaking. So with that, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Trini. Do we have a first speaker?
Good morning. Yes, the first speaker is Angela Nirvana. Angela, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. You can control your own microphone and camera.
Noise. They're working outside my home. The first time I heard the term was from Hilary Clinton, who also referred to us as welfare queens. Then I heard it from Biden on the Senate floor for his 94 crime bill that Bill Clinton made law, which is why nationally 1 in 81 freedmen adults in the U.S. is serving time in state prison. In Wisconsin, 1 in 36. And now Jen Psaki said Biden is prepared to be more tough on crime than even Trump by giving $350 billion to the militarized race soldiers to patrol freedmen streets and execute us with immunity. Not social justice and economic inclusion for freedmen, but Biden earmarks $350 billion to employ more
Consuelo. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker.
Please.
Daryl Rowe, you have been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
The cumulative loss of Black life due to cruel and vicious brutality, contempt, and callous indifference, specifically in the utter disregard for Black lives and bodies generally, is incalculable. I'm here to offer public comments regarding the needs for a broad, multifaceted system of reparations for all persons of African ancestry in these United States. The rule of law, the cornerstone of this American experiment, demands redress when people have been wronged, and the redress or reparations are designed to make the wronged whole. So the only reason we're here this morning is because of the deeply ingrained sets of beliefs that stem from a common source, ongoing and continuous disregard for the denial of the validity of the fundamental humanity of persons of African ancestry. One of the most heinous instigations out of the West was this thing called slave, in reference to its creation as slavery. One of its enduring effects was to seek to fully dehumanize 30+% of the human population while holding harmless the perpetrators of this crime against humanity. The use of the thing called slave served to justify the savage and brutal denigration of American life. Folks of African ancestry spent 244 years in one of the most virulent forms of bondage in human history, trafficked by almost all Western Northern European countries. After emancipation, Africans spent another 99 years in a socially sanctioned system of limited citizenship, where terror and restricted access were the fundamental systems of control. Race, fairly recent construct in human history, with its use as a means of categorizing human differences and structuring societal privileges, was coined to permanently place Africans in bondage. Race and its correlates, racism, have been used to describe, catalog, examine, and teach about human differences repeatedly in pernicious ways. So once race became the primary means of categorizing or classifying persons of African ancestry, it became a shorthand for inflicting misery, suffering, and contempt. All Black folks who wore the badge of darkened skin were subject to the same cruelty and neglect, whether their ancestors had been held in bondage or enslaved, or were recent immigrants underinformed about the insidiousness of white supremacy policymaking. Lynching, one of the clearest examples of the savagery and viciousness of white supremacy and its associated policies, was used to traumatize Black folks and is a foundation of historical trauma for persons of African ancestry. Lynching and its contemporary example, socially sanctioned police killings, is cumulative and collective. So those who never even experienced the terror, such as children, descendants, and other Black immigrants, can still exhibit signs and symptoms of trauma. In mental health, we see traumatic events as extraordinary, not necessarily because they occur infrequently, because they overwhelm ordinary adaptations to life. Traumatic events are seen as outside the normal range of a person's experience and constitute exceptional mental and physical stressors. Unfortunately, the traumatic events of our collective history were both normal.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Rowe, I'm so sorry to cut you off in the middle of your sentence. Thank you so much. Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Matthew Morris. Mr. Morris, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
First off, I'd like to say thank you to everyone that has put their energy to bring this event about. I also give thanks to those that come before me that sacrificed so that I could be here. Let me start, because time is short, by giving the definition of the word humane. Oxford states that the word humane is having or showing compassion or benevolence. Now follow that word up with accountability, the fact or condition of being accountable, responsibility, a moral obligation to behave correctly toward or in respect of, synonymous with sanity, trustworthiness, and rationality. Reparations would allow so many people to be able to find the truth in themselves and discover where they come from by the establishment of those resources. You cannot say that you care about children and then deny them their ability to know who they are and their ability to go back home once in a while. As a family, we ask, isn't it a blessing when the children come back home to visit? And when they come back home, aren't they supposed to bring back something, either wisdom, treasure, or love? That's what reparations would mean for Black people. The war-torn places that have suffered at the hands of white supremacy need their children to come back home to visit, to help with the rebuilding, to help in the chores, to bring smiles back to their elders and their family. Amongst the Black community, we have a valued word that means so much to us and our families, the cookout. The cookout is usually when the family comes together over a meal to love and spread goodness to each other. It's when the children can sit around elders and listen to stories of wisdom to teach them about values. It's when the matriarch can feel peace, knowing that the next generation will be stronger than the one before that. If it's in the nature of things to evolve, then the visible proof of an evolution in the Black community occurs at the cookout. I'll also remind you of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the UN that starts with, whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world, and also mentions that is essential to promote the development of friendly relations between nations. So I bring to you now, for all the
Mr. Morris?
Yes, ma'am.
Please continue, Mr. Morris.
Oh, thank you. For all the descendants of the Clotilda who had to live under fear of death, that they could not tell the truth, that they could not reveal the truth, that they came under here under false premises and under illegal circumstances. For the descendants of Jair who witnessed, championed, and legend give everything he had to a country, only to find that country would betray him by taxing him for the very charitable nations he gave to establish faith and goodwill in this country. It is time to show the country that we are no longer selling for inaction and calling it anything but apathy. We can no longer stand ignored and call it anything but neglect. There is no more room for tomorrow will get to you when we are dying today. If we are dying for wealth, we are selling our bodies for it, we are ignoring our children for it, we are allowing our communities and our elders to suffer further degradation because we have no wealth with which to care for either. Reparations is the start
Morris?
of the... Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
so sorry to cut you off in the middle of your powerful presentation. All right, Tree.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming today.
Our next speaker is Ms. Consuelo. We are going to... Consuelo, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Okay, I thought we had that taken care of. I'll go back to him. We worked with him. Hold on. The next speaker is Cam Howard. Cam Howard, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, and COBRA, has historically stated that there are 5 minimum injury areas where targeted resources must be directed: wealth and poverty, peoplehood, criminal punishment, education, and health. In regards to the very important health injury area, COBRA on November 17, 2021, made a substantial contribution. On that day in Washington, D.C., on Capitol Hill, along with Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and a diverse contingent of 5 other congressional leaders, we introduced our harm report, entitled The Harm is to Our Genes, Transgenerational Epigenetic Inheritance and Systemic Racism in America, of which the author is scheduled to speak later today, Don Kaufman. The conclusions to be taken away from that report are 2: that the historical trauma that we have experienced during enslavement, during Jim Crow apartheid, and during this post-Jim Crow period has a present effect on Black health, not only mentally, but also physically through inherited epigenome modification. And 2, that there are proven protocols that can be used to mitigate this inherited injury. In producing the report, we had 6 intended outcomes. 1, inclusion. All discussion on health disparities of the Black community must specifically include the effects of 400 years historical trauma. 2, resources. Resources must be directed to mitigate the effects of the historical trauma at both the mental and physical levels. 3, research. Research on our community by our scientists with our practitioners with the aim of transgenerational healing of our community. 4, awareness. Governmental bodies must provide community awareness information on the existence of this reality within Black bodies and what we can individually do about it. 5, decolonizing health. African-centered healing modalities must be accepted on every level in the effort to heal our communities from the centuries of terror, trauma, and abuse. And 6, which is a post-report contribution of the Association of Black Psychologists, ABPSI, and that is to affirm wellness, intentionally provide the affirmation of the African spirit and the restoration of wellness in our persons, families, and communities. We hope that the California Reparations Task Force will enter the harm report into the record and urge you to intentionally engage each of these outcomes when developing reparation proposals in your final report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Thank you for your comments today. Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Chad Brown. Mr. Brown, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning, members of the task force. And I hope you all had a great night, came back refreshed again today for a second day of witness testimony and data collection. I only have 2 points to speak to today, hopefully get them in 3 minutes, but I know if I don't, Aisha will keep me honest. So first point is I just wanted to extend my thanks to Dr. Shirley Weber, Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, and Principal Author of 3121, who came yesterday and gave a very powerful testimony that I think made clear the legislative intent that she had when crafting AB 3121 and that language. She was just as clear yesterday as she has been throughout this process. So I just wanted to extend my sincere thanks to her for her steadfast leadership. And I hope that all commissioners that were there yesterday heard her very loud and clear. Secondly, I wanted to address a concern that Professor Holder brought up towards the end of the meeting or right prior to Dr. Weber's testimony around the economists, specifically Dr. William Darity and Kirsten Mullen. I submit humbly that Dr. Darity and Kirsten Mullen are the leading and foremost experts on Black reparations in America. They have produced what is quite possibly the most consequential literary work ever produced on Black American reparations in From Here to Equality. We are greatly benefited by having them as a resource to this panel. And although there was some discussion about what could be perceived as preconceived notions, or I think it was quote unquote conflicts of interest, what I heard yesterday from Dr. Weber squarely aligns with what is laid out by Dr. Darity and Kirsten Mullen. And so I see their interests as not being in conflict, but being in support and being an amplification of what this body was convened to do. So I would just caution the task force and say that we should not be foolhardy and throw away what is potentially our greatest resource in Dr. Darity and Kirsten Mullen, who have been doing this work in this space for decades and I can't think of another set of economists or consultants to this task force that are more qualified. So Ms. Holder, directly to you, I have met with most of your colleagues here, and I've always offered them a copy of From Here to Equality if they don't have one in their library. And so I just wanted to take this moment to extend that same offer to you. I am very willing to send you a copy. I think that the deep dive that we must do is to engage with their work very honestly and very sincerely. And so with that, I'll yield the rest of my time and have a great meeting today.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right, Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Friday Jones. Friday Jones, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Friday Jones. My name is Kanta Jones Muhammad. I am co-chair of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants and the LA chapter, and a founding member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. Yesterday, Commissioner Holder made a motion to dive deeper into the backgrounds of economists being selected for a special group. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but are Dr. William Darity and Kirsten Mullen not consultants for this task force, and have they not already been vetted by the Department of Justice? This group has also been limited to economists when social scientists like Sean Rochester, the author of The Black Tax, whose body of work actually supports this historic claim for reparations. I would advise that this commission tread lightly in this particular space. 2 days ago, there was a Twitter space hosted by someone named Mel with a hashtag Secure the Tribe with a question posed: does immigration benefit Black Americans? This room lasted over 14 hours and had over 24,000 participants from around the world. It was the first time that the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery were centered in a historic conversation about immigration on a large scale. What became abundantly apparent through the allyship established in that space is that people are overwhelmingly ignorant about the history of the American Negro in relation to America's immigration policy. My goal is not to harp on the merit of immigration, but it is a tool of white supremacy. And I want to further the concepts established by Dr. Shirley Weber yesterday to secure the tribe, the beneficiary class, to reparations. Were your ancestors subject to the 3/5 compromise at the United States Constitutional Convention of 1787? Were your ancestors subject to the Casual Killing Act? Were your ancestors African or of African descent and enslaved in the United States? Were they subject to the hereditary slavery laws from 1776 to 1865? Were they subject to California Fugitive Slave Act of 1852? Were your ancestors subject to the Emancipation Proclamations that resulted in the establishment of the Freedmen Bureau under the War Department for Refugees? Were your ancestors enlisted as Negro Union soldiers during the Civil War and or received pensions under the General Law Pension System of 1862? Were your ancestors depositors in the Freedmen Bank? Were your ancestors subject to convict leasing and black codes and Jim Crow laws? Were your ancestors' grandparents part of what is now known as the Great Migration from 1910 to 1970? Were your ancestors' grandparents or parents subject to Plessy versus Ferguson and or Brown versus the Board of Education? Lineage-based reparation can be derived from the overwhelming laws endured by chattel slaves in the United States and their descendants. This is the work that the task force must do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Trini, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Hilary. Hilary, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, great. Seeing if I can, okay. Hi, so my name is Hilary Bridges, and I'm just gonna speak more about personal experience. So growing up, I truly hated being Black. I thought I was hideous. I had completely bought into this lie of Black inferiority. And the thing I wanted the most in the world was to be white. I thought white was prettier, better, smarter, just everything. And so it's been proven that a high self-concept is correlated with success, strongly correlated with success. And so now through my mid-30s, I've spent countless hours in therapy trying to undo these beliefs that I had my entire life. And I have to say that having access to Black women therapists has been invaluable, although it's also been expensive. And so I just want to emphasize that this happens also like across socioeconomic status. My parents went to Harvard. I had all the privileges in the world. I had academic encouragement and self-esteem. And even that could not win against this fight of internalized racism. And so although I have largely overcome my self-hatred, I'm super proud to be Black. I'm like amazingly proud of my ancestors, love my history. The world also continues to remind me how I'm viewed societally every day. And these microaggressions, which really are traumas, are really violent. And so just for being Black, we're constantly under mental and then therefore also physical, both, and they're also related to each other and influence each other, attack. And then we are also responsible for the costs that are associated with these traumas, both financial and otherwise, and also the traumas that are that the Black people around us experience. And so for that reason, I'm extremely in favor of reparations aimed at healing racial stress and trauma, and such initiatives are in fact way, way, way overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Thank you for your comments today. Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Marcus Champion. Mr. Champion, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, continue, please.
Good morning, task force members. This is Marcus Champion. I'm a board member for CJAC, Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, and NAASDLA. I'd like to start off thanking Dr. Weber for her comments yesterday, making it clear who the eligible party should be for reparations. Also would like to encourage the task force again to get Professor Erwin Chemerinsky out of Duke to put the legal bow in terms of who the eligible party should be. Because as Professor Chemerinsky has said on our show, Politics in Black, the eligible party, this cannot be a racial designation. It has to be specific by lineage, which AB 3121 is, because if it is not, we are open to vulnerabilities to Prop 209 as well as equal protection laws. Also, I would like to speak on the proposed super team to perform reparations calculations. You have Dr. William Garrity, Kirsten Mullen, as well as Thomas Kramer. That is a super team when it comes to reparations. Two of the proposed members have already been vetted. They've been they've given expert witness testimony, as well as Dr. Darian Mullen have been consultants. So that saves the DOJ money since they've already been vetted. And that brings me to my next point about member holders' concerns and needing to do a deep dive on the team members. I'm not quite sure the need for the deep dive because that same concern was given to Dr. Derek Hamilton and his views on reparations, because Dr. Hamilton does have specific views when it comes to reparations. Lastly, I would like to ask this body to exercise its formidable power and to lend its support behind AB 1604, which is in the California legislation currently, and that is a bill that has language that will disaggregate the data for Black people, and better collected data will allow us to better serve our communities, as well as ACA 3, which will end involuntary servitude in the state of California. And finally, if they would send a letter to encourage the president to execute an executive order with the same improved language of eligibility like AB 3121, because as we know, HR 40 has an ambiguous racial designation that would open it up to violations of equal protection. So thank you for your work and keep it up. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Champion. All right, Trini, our next speaker.
The next speaker is Jihan Mcdonald. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
What I would like to add to this is just a consideration that at the time of Reconstruction, when reparations were first kind of put on the table, part of that discussion also had to do with representation. And it had to do with the idea of self-governance among the Black community as part of what was being given back to us, of what was taken away. And so I really want to uplift the importance of us being able to make decisions from a culturally specific place about how things happen for us. And I really want to challenge an idea, and I think something that comes up as a norm, of the idea of success meeting the cultural expectations of essentially white culture. And so measuring success by often capitalistic standards and things that don't really connect us back to where we come from as people and what our cultural priorities and values are. So that's one piece that I want to name, but that alongside with that, it also has to show up in actual money and dollars, because in this country, that is what translates to representation, that's what translates to access, that's what translates to representational power. So just wanting to have both of those be in the conversation, that yes, there is something to achieving, striving, having success metrics in the world as it is, but also really wanting to bring in redefining and reimagining what success is from our particular lived experience and reality and priorities and what's important to us as a culture and as a people. That's all I have to add for this moment, but also just a thank you for doing this work, because y'all have a lot of it, and lots of gratitude for that.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Thanks for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ernest. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Yep. Morning, task force members.
Ernest, can you speak up a bit?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Better.
Okay. Morning, task force members. Name's Ernest Russell, and I'm a member of the Freedmen Agenda League of Michigan. My comments for today are as follows. As a member of the public, I would like to disagree with member Holder's comments regarding her discomfort towards the experts selected to be on the panel regarding calculations of reparations proposal. In my opinion, who is more qualified to discuss the calculation of reparations than individuals who have done calculations as it relates to the descendants of slaves and their injustices? We strongly agree with the economists that were selected by way of recommendation. I personally support the selection of economists who have spent their efforts collecting reparations proposals when no one else was interested, over economists with no inkling or background on the topic or subject. I also want to take some time to thank Secretary of State Weber for her powerful comments regarding her intention to build, behind her intentions for authoring this bill and her beliefs on the community of eligibility. It is in that vein that I ask the task force members to honor those comments when crafting the reparations proposals for the descendants of slaves. I also want to take time to agree with Chairman Rinsky's and Weber's comments regarding lineage-based reparations and potential claims and proposals that are focused that way. One other thing I want to state is, as I've stated before, this is the time for you all to be bold, for it is needed in order to truly repair the atrocities rendered upon freedmen. I ask that you do something that has never been done before, which is be specific. I want to encourage the task force to consider Dr. Weber's comments regarding Chair Moore's question on former Californians' eligibility who no longer live in the state, and also the possibility of including genealogy services and resources in your proposals. I also want to take the time to thank some of the speakers today who have left public comment, and I also want to echo Friday Jones' sentiments as well as Marcus Champion's as it relates to AB 1604 and disaggregating the data. And with that, I am complete.
Thank you, Russell. Mr. Russell. Trini, do we have anyone else in the queue?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, my name is Eric Payne. I'm the executive director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We recognize California joined the union.
Mr. Payne?
Okay, sorry, he dropped off. Our next speaker is Jihan Mcdonald. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Can everyone hear and see me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jihan. I'll be very short. I'm a master's student and I'm writing my master's thesis about Black and Native co-liberation for reparations, mostly about land-based reparations because of the ways in which both of our communities experience land-based violence in the United States. I do first want to respond to some comments that were made earlier. My grandparents came from the West Indies to this country in the 1950s. They thought that they were fleeing the racism in the islands for the promised American life. They suffered American racism. My mother grew up in the United States. She was born there. American racism is all she's ever known, and it's all I've ever known. So the idea that I or my descendants would not be eligible for reparations because we were enslaved in Barbados, but we've been in this country for a long time is very hurtful. And I'd like to remind the Black community that we're a global community of Black people. Obviously, we're speaking about reparations in the Californian and American context. But it's important to remember that we're not alone, and we aren't alone in our experiences of enslavement as well, and that anti-immigration attitudes and policies were a tool of our oppressors as well, and it's really important that we don't repeat their mistakes and their evils. I think when we're speaking about reparations in California, we want to be specific about the American national context, but also what's happening in California right now. Black people can't afford to live in California right now. And I think that should be a part of talking about reparations in California specifically. What can we do to give Black people housing so that gentrification is not pushing people out of their communities and changing neighborhoods, and erasing us from a state to which we very much belong. And I'd like to see a more general attitude of like inclusivity. I know it's hard because it always feels like we as Black people are being asked to like make these steps and extend the hand and be patient, when so much is actively being taken from us and done to us at the same time. But I'd really like to see people interested more in building communities across other communities of color as well, because we're all in this together, like the American dream and the American nightmare. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matilda. Thanks so much. Trini.
Okay, our next speaker is John Mudd. Mr. Mudd, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Oh, hi. I wanted to talk about the eligibility and then talk about the economists. The people want specificity. The scholarship seems to be pointing towards the need for specificity. And we had Dr. Shirley Weber indicate that her intentions were for specificity. But for some reason, we have people who want to go against the grain, and I really don't see why that is happening. This is something that is has the potential to be the beginning of a great change for Black America, and will probably go down in history. Unfortunately, some heroes in our history are overlooked and need to be rediscovered. But certainly, we never forget our villains. So this is to the people who want to, who seem to be obstructing this process at this point in time. I want you to think about this very deeply. And I also want to go to speaking on the economists that are, I guess, being looked at this point in time. It is my understanding that at one point you had one economist, Derek Hamilton, who indicated that he could not follow through with the scope that Dr. Shirley Weber presented in the legislation. And now we have three economists, and for some reason that doesn't seem to be enough. And we're critiquing two people who aren't economists who are on this team, but both have a body of work that shows that they have, been a part of the process of coming up with reparations programs. Whether it's Thomas Kramer, who calculated the lost wages during slavery, or A. Christian Mullins, who co-authored the book From Here to. Both of these people seem to be qualified based on their body of work, and I think that we should definitely consider them moving forward, since they don't seem to be in conflict with what Dr. Shirley Weber intended. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mudd. Thanks for being here today. Trini, do we have any other speakers?
Our next speaker is Robert Reed. Mr. Reed, you've been unmuted. You may now speak. You have 3 minutes. Robert Reed. Okay, on to the next speaker.
Okay.
The next speaker is Charisse Crier. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. Good morning, task force members and community members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. I just wanted to concur with what Chad said earlier. From Here to Equality is an excellent book. If anyone in the task force has not read it, I would highly suggest it. I have sent the book to people all over the country, to my mother. I reached out to Chancellor Carol Christ at UC Berkeley, and I sent her a copy as well, because I'm a graduate of Berkeley. If anyone on the task force needs a copy, I'm happy to send one. Just please give me your mailing address and I will send you one. Second, I have a request if the task force would actually call those callers who are calling in who are not from California. The reason I ask is because this is specifically a California bill, and we have had a lot of input from people who do not live in California. This bill may eventually impact them, but it's really impacting Californians. I actually reached out to my assembly person yesterday to follow up on some of the actions that were taken yesterday by the task force. And I think there's, because of who the community is reviewing the actions of the task force right now, it's really California specific. So I think it's really important to identify resident and who's not when we're asking for input for public comment. I urge the public to listen to. There's a lot of good information in there. There's a lot of questions that have already been answered. If you go back and listen to the prior hearings, that some of the agenda items, they might answer the questions that you have before you come into the new hearings every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crier. Trini, do we have anyone else?
Our next speaker is Kay Easter. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Great morning, everybody. I am calling to speak into something that I find alarming, especially given some of the events that happened yesterday. I would like to see this be the last time we have a discussion in terms of who is, eligible when it comes to this reparations justice claim as far as lineage goes. The fact of the matter is that the harm was done to a specific group of people, foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slaves, and this is who this justice claim is for. The idea that we have to worry about other people when righting a wrong that has taken so long to be given the opportunity to right, the fact that our people are being, wiped out and dealing with so much of all the ramifications of everything that they have been through in the state of California, I find it highly alarming and very sad that we have to have this conversation, that it's almost like it's wrong to just focus on making it right for those people. And it kind of lends to the certain anti-foundational Black American sentiment in this country that has led to all of this. When our government puts aside funds for the Afghan refugees or sends money to Israel, it's specifically for those people. So I don't understand why there is this attitude that we need to worry about other people in this justice claim. It is very alarming, and I think it's completely wrong, and it lends to just that idea that, if something is wrong with righting a wrong that was done to a specific group of people. I also want to call attention to the fact that, it also speaks to the thing that we've seen throughout history in this country is we have used, foundational Black Americans to build up certain industries. Like, we even talked about tech yesterday, and then we pushed them out. So it kind of comes across as if other people want to crowbar into, something that does not involve them. If they have their own things that have been done to them, then they can create their own justice claims. So that's all I wanted to say. And I hope that we take that seriously and we don't tolerate an attitude where we have to feel that it's wrong to specifically, make this justice claim about the people that were harmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Easter. Excuse me.
Our next speaker is Brandon. Brandon, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hey, thank you. I want to start by saying I think it's important to be on the right side of history. And it's really it's scary and it's messed up that people feel entitled to something just because they move to a country and are dealing with the atrocities that come with it. When you choose to immigrate somewhere, you're signing up for everything that comes with that, the good and the bad. Black American descendants of slavery did not sign up to immigrate here. So to try to put yourself and center yourself in the fight just because you're the same skin color as those people is very disingenuous. If your family immigrated to this country by choice, then you signed up to deal with this stuff. My people did not do that. And I would never move to Kenya and think I was entitled to reparations. Nor my kids or my grandkids. If they said that and I was still alive, I would whoop them. Wherever boat stop your family landed at was enslaved, is who you are owed from. And we would never try to co-opt on their reparations. I don't see Black Americans who have expatriated asking to be included in Jamaica's reparations. It's the paralysis of analysis, as Dr. Amos said yesterday. Mass immigration does not help Black Americans. Data shows it. It's hurt us tremendously. It's been weaponized against us. This is not an all lives matter, BIPOC, or people of color situation. This is for foundational Black Americans. Why are people overcomplicating a simple thing? I'm confused. Seems like a form of sabotage. Oh man. Also, you can't do anything for a group of based on race. So it's just some absurd point of view. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Brandon. Trini?
Our next speaker is Amaru Young. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can.
All right, thank you, thank you. I just want to reiterate what was said before me by everyone who is of the descendant. The disappointment that you hear in our voices is because we feel like that, everyone wants to continue to treat us as if we are their mule, as if the pain and the suffering that our ancestors, our people are currently going through should be did. So to center yourself and to make it seem like, well, you went through what we went through, it goes beyond disingenuous. It's painful. And you can hear it in my voice how painful it is. Because how can you center yourself in something that does not involve you? We cannot center ourselves in CARICOM. CARICOM did not reach back to Black American freedmen and say, hey, we want y'all, we're going to put y'all in for this justice claim as well. So it's very erroneous and disrespectful to feel that you can do something like that to a group of people who has never received justice for the hurt and the harms that we went through. We listened to a woman speaking about Sims and the practice that he did to our Black American women, how he committed these atrocities, anesthesiology, no anesthesia.
action and guarantee of non-repetition. This can be done by establishing a racial atoning compensation endowment, RACE, and corresponding RACE funds. While RACE should be centered on atonement for anti-Black racism, it should also inform policy to address broader historical and persistent harm caused by white national ideology, white nationalist ideology. This may at some point include a universal basic income, but it should begin with funding for education, skilled trades, upskilling, homeownership, debt relief, mental and physical health care, child care, social safety nets, and equitable American citizens and permanent residents of African descent with appropriate consideration and centering of the generational impact upon African descendants of chattel enslavement. How should RACE be funded? The fund should be established through a private partnership, through a public-private partnership, and consist of a management arm that oversees subsidiary funds. These funds can be city or county, theme, or domain specific. Capitalization of the funds can include appropriations, tax-deductible donations, commitments and/or pledges from corporations and financial institutions, and co-investments by limited partners such as CalPERS, CalSTRS, etc. It should thereafter be sustained through returns on investment and equity pledges from early-stage beneficiaries. What would economics look like? The RACE fund would consist of a management firm for subsidiary funds. This management firm would collect 1.2 to 3% per year for assets under management, which would go to operations and reparations programs. Subsidiary funds can be rolling or closed end. The RACE fund would receive 20% carry on returns that will support sustainability and expansion, with the remainder of returns going to launch additional funds and dividends. This would be an important step towards the trillions of dollars economists estimate Black Americans are owed for reparations tied to slavery. And these economic...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but your time is up. But thank you so much. Trini, before you call the next speaker, I want to check in with Chair Moore. We have 6 minutes. How many speakers do we have in the queue?
There are 5 more speakers.
Chair Moore?
We'll take the last 5.
The next speaker is Robert Reed. Robert Reed, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. He had some sound issues previously. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one. Next speaker is Hubert, I believe it's Hubert Jackson Lohman. You have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you for the work that you're undertaking. I have very brief comments, and I first want to say that although I'm not a resident of California, I have many, many family members that live in California. And the decisions and the work that you're doing have an impact on African people, not just in California, but across the country as well as the world. I stand with my enslaved African ancestors and with those who were lost in the Middle Passage in support of the acknowledgement of the debt that's been owed to people of African ancestry by this country, not just as individuals, but collectively as a people. Communities are the holding environment that facilitate our health and our wellness, and it is the institutions within our community that offer us protection, support, nurturance, and socialization. This debt can never be fully repaid without inclusion of reparations for the reestablishment of the institutions that we have lost, educationally, economically, politically, in terms of health, culturally, as well as efforts to support our healing and recovery through the provision of mental health resources to institutions that are owned by us, created by us, and based on our cultural values, and operated by us. If that is not done, this damage will never be addressed. As a people, we have experienced cultural genocide that persists with the continuing dismantling of our neighborhoods. We have experienced physical and psychological terrorism, persistent collective degradation of who we are through the promulgation of myths and stereotypes, failure to include our story and contributions in the curriculum of educational institutions, destruction of our communities, denial of access to resources that we are deserving as citizens, violence at the hands of the state, and many other atrocities. Of the separation of African people from our land, from family and community has led to both health and mental health disparities. So it is time for a reckoning of this tragic history and reparations. We should not succumb to divide and conquer, but this should be an opportunity for us to come together to heal from the atrocities that we have experienced, and that will involve compensation not only to individuals, but compensation to the institutions that make up our communities and that need to make up our communities, and mental health resources must be a part of this package in order to begin this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Trini, our next speaker, number 2.
The next speaker is Alexis. Alexis, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Menz. Menz, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Yes, well, good morning, good afternoon to the listeners. I wanted to first address what has, something that was brought up that has been used against us time and time again. So I want to make the correction that anti-immigration is not a tool of white supremacy. Immigration has always been a tool of white supremacy. A lot of people now that, of course, after the Civil Rights Act of 1965, which we all our ancestors, Black Americans, lined up to fight for, has allowed people from Black countries to immigrate into this country. Is now being said that white supremacy, anti-immigration is a tool of white supremacy. But we have proven, and even we can quote from Martin Luther King's speech in Two Americas. He said that white people were given millions of acres of land and Black Americans were given nothing. And that's because of loopholes and different policies in immigration acts. Also, we can speak on after the Immigration Act, what they did to basically take what was supposed to be written for us and supposed to help us, the affirmative action. They used immigration again to, which of course advantaged white women, white immigrants, or who were considered minorities. And they basically took everything that was supposed to create a leverage or an equal playing field, such as us entering colleges, equal work employee or equal work opportunity, being able to have a percentage of us that are in corporate America. Other people have basically passed and used our bills and different acts that were supposed to assist us against us. And that's what that's something that we have to focus to get this right. Is specificity when it comes to this particular bill, right? I want to mention that I know that a lot of other people in other countries have went through and had their experiences, but when we speak about sharecropping, convict leasing, Homestead Act, when we speak about Jim Crow, Red Summer of 1919, denied education, redlining, peonage, the New Deal, giving interest-free home loans to white people, even affirmative action again, police brutality, origins of policing, such as the overseers, when we speak about the methods that they used and how they took free Blacks and enslaved them during that period of time, how they used the 13th Amendment against us. When we speak about medical experimentation, when we speak about school to prison pipeline, the GI Bill, which a lot of us are victims of that, Devil Triangle, when we talk about the crack that was dropped off in our communities, when we talk about black codes, when we talk about even California falls into this, heirs property and confiscation of land. Most of the Black Americans' land has been confiscated because of that. We're talking about disenfranchisement of a specific group of people. That does not include people from these other countries. That does not include people who weren't affected. We have all been affected. And even the people who are descendants who have not lived through that genetically, as we are finding out, are also compromised and affected because, as we've already learned, yesterday when they spoke on cortisol, the stress hormone.
Mr.
So,
Mims, I'm
yes,
sorry
thank
to
you.
cut you off in the middle of your statement. Thank you so much. All
Yes,
right.
thank you.
Thank you. Trini, the last two speakers?
This will be the last speaker, Kim Mims. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. You are the last speaker.
Hi, good morning, Task Force. I'm Kim with Amend the Mass Media, the digital advocacy arm for CJEC, Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. At the last Reparations Task Force meeting in December, I testified about the insular nature of the film commission industry. To recap, there are roughly 60 film commission offices throughout California and maybe one Black film commissioner out the bunch. Still haven't received confirmation on that. The city of Sacramento recently adopted a film office in the city charter, and as I mentioned before, I wrote a city creative economy grant providing a blueprint for what this new city office could look like. Several of my ideas have since been implemented into this new city office, and although I applied for the film commission position, I wasn't allowed to interview for it. One of the ideas I suggested was to provide grant funding for local filmmakers, which is exactly what this new city film office is doing. In fact, ETM Media Group received a grant to go towards producing Reparations Now, the documentary. It's a reimbursement grant, so we'll need to provide receipts before receiving funding. While the $7,500 in reimbursement grant funding will help with our production effort, it also shows the glaring disparities between racial, economic inequities. The Film Commission position that I was excluded from competing for draws a monthly salary of over $7,500 a month. The entire situation exemplifies the economic exclusion experienced by Black Americans throughout history. Our ideas, our intellectual property, are repeatedly co-opted for the benefits of whites, while Blacks just receive a few crumbs from the table that we built. I say all that to say this. What's true, while it's true that Black Americans are resourceful and resilient, at some point continued marginalization and subjugation becomes too much to bear. This whole discriminatory hiring ordeal with the city of Sacramento was my personal tipping point. My mental wellness has been severely and adversely affected. I filed a disability claim as a direct result of this experience, citing drapetomania, a mental condition assigned to slaves that attempted to flee captivity in the 1800s. My claim was denied, and the denial letter I received from the Department of Health and Human Services read like a chapter from the book Medical Apartheid, saying that according to their rules, they determined that I was sound enough to work. I filed an appeal stating that I never said I couldn't work and let them know that I've worked through this entire pandemic. I'm just not being paid for my work. I reiterated that I need a mental break from the systemically oppressive systems that are prevalent in most workplaces. I also let them know that Black mental health issues also often stem from economic insecurities, that our trauma should be judged differently based on our unique historical experiences of atrocity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mims. Thank you so much for showing up today. All right. Thank you all. That concludes our public comment for today. And we've reached the allotted time. If you are not able to provide public comment, we invite you to attend future public meetings or to submit written comments or testimony via email at reparationstaskforce@goj.ca.gov. I will now turn the meeting back over to Chair Moore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin Walton, and thank you, Ms. Hurtado, for your assistance. We will now move to the next item on our agenda, which is the mental health panel. So I'm excited to introduce our esteemed expert witnesses on the topic of mental health, starting with Enola Aird. Enola Aird is a founder and president of Community Healing Network, an organization building a global grassroots movement to help Black people overcome and overturn the root causes of the devaluing of Black lives, lies of white superiority and Black inferiority. CHN has put in place key elements of the movement, including emotional emancipation circles and annual Valuing Black Lives Global Emotional Emancipation Summit. A former corporate lawyer, Aird has worked at the Children's Defense Fund, leading its violence prevention initiative and serving as acting director of its Black Community Crusade for Children. She is a Phi Beta Kappa graduate of Barnard College and earned her law degree from Yale University. She was born in the Republic of Panama, of Caribbean heritage, and attributes much of her vision and passion for the movement for emotional emancipation to stories passed down in her family about her great-grandfather, Samuel Aline, a loyal follower of Marcus Garvey. Then we'll hear from Dr. Ethiopia Jackson. Dr. Jackson is a licensed clinical psychologist who received her master's degree in clinical psychology from Howard University, Washington, D.C., and her doctorate from the Wright Institute in Berkeley, California. Dr. Jackson is a past president for the Association of Black Psychologists and for the Bay Area chapter. She is currently the chair of the clinical psychology degree program at Saybrook University in Pasadena, California. Dr. Jackson has a long history of providing child, adolescent, and family therapy services, specializing in serving populations coping with chronic illness and complex trauma. Dr. Jackson is a co-founder for the Therapist in Residency program in Oakland, California, an African-centered program dedicated to supervising Black clinicians in training and providing services grounded in Black psychology for persons of African ancestry. Additionally, she provides training for persons of African ancestry in emotional emancipation circles, a community-defined practice that is a collaboration between the Community Healing Network. Then we'll hear from Dr. Sean Utsi. Dr. Sean Utsi is a professor of psychology and chair of African American Studies at Virginia Commonwealth University. His research interests are primarily in two areas, both of which are related to the psychology of the African American experience. First is his interest in understanding how race-related stress impacts the physical, psychological, social well-being of African Americans. More recently, he has sought to examine how trauma is manifested in the victims of racial violence. Other areas of interest include examining the influence of African American culture on indicators of health and well-being. Dr. Utsi has been recognized by the American Psychological Association, Division 45, and APAGS for his work in the area of ethnic minority psychology and for his dedication and commitment as a mentor for students of African descent. Then we'll hear from Dr. Joy Angela DeGroy. Joy DeGroy holds a Bachelor of Science degree in communication, a master's degree in social work, a master's degree in clinical psychology, and a PhD in social work research. Dr. DeGroy is a nationally and internationally renowned researcher and educator. For over 2 decades, she has served as an assistant professor at Portland State University School of Social Work, and now serves as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Joy DeGroy Publications, Incorporated. Dr. DeGroy's research focuses on the intersection of racism, trauma, violence, and American chattel slavery. She has over 30 years of practical experience as a professional in the field of social work. She conducts workshops and trainings in the areas of intergenerational historical trauma, mental health, social justice, improvement strategies, and evidence-based model development. We'll also hear from Dr. Christy Higgins. Christy Higgins has a multifaceted career as a clinician, educator, consultant, trainer, and university administrator. Currently, Dr. Higgins is an associate professor at California North State University and an adjunct professor at Alliant International University, Sacramento. Dr. Higgins has expertise in racial stress and trauma, African American mental health, multicultural psychology, and training and supervision. In addition to teaching graduate level courses, she provides workshops, trainings, and consultations in these areas nationally. Dr. Higgins serves on the board of directors for the California Black Health Network. Additionally, she has been appointed as the Association of Black Psychologists representative to the Leadership Development Institute Advisory Board for the American Psychology Association, Council of National Psychological Association for the Advancement of Ethnic Minority Interests. Last but certainly not least, we'll hear from Dr. Howard Stevenson. Dr. Howard Stevenson is a clinical and consulting psychologist and the Constance E. Clayton Professor of Urban Education and Professor of African American Studies at the University of Pennsylvania. He is a nationally sought expert on how racial stress and racial trauma can affect every stage of life. His work focuses on how educators, community leaders, and parents can emotionally resolve face-to-face racially stressful encounters that reflect racial profiling in public spaces, fuel social conflicts in neighborhoods, and undermine student emotional well-being and academic achievement in the classroom. Dr. Stevenson has served for 30 years as a clinical and consulting psychologist, working in impoverished rural and urban neighborhoods across the country. So we'll start with Dr. Aird. Dr. Aird, you may begin your expert testimony when you are ready. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the task force, fellow panelists.
Sorry, we can't see you. I'm not sure if you want it to be seen.
Okay.
We can't see you. I'll hear you.
Can you see me now?
No.
Now?
Yeah, we can see you now. Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning again, members of the task force. With thanks and ancestors, I thank you for this invitation to inform your deliberations by testifying about CHN's mission and vision and work. I would like to begin by telling you a story. And this story concerns a woman I encountered at a nightclub years ago. She was near the end of a very long night of heavy drinking, looking at herself in the mirror in the restroom, oblivious to everything around her. She said, "Here you are, Dee Dee, old, black, and ugly as usual." Those weird words pierced my heart. And in that moment, I saw Dee Dee not as the 50-something woman she was, but as the child she had been. And I thought about all the little black girls and boys all over this world who for centuries have looked into mirrors unable to fully appreciate their own beauty, their own worth. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, somebody told a lie one day. They made everything black, ugly, and evil. That lie of white superiority and black inferiority essentially cast African people out of the circle of humanity, allowing for the continuous degradation and oppression of Black people for more than 600 years around this world and 400 years here in the United States. I come to this virtual table as a mother in the long line of Black mothers who for more than 6 centuries have brought our children into a world that profoundly devalues their lives. A world into which we have welcomed our children with great joy, but also with profound trepidation, knowing that they will carry the burden of all too often being seen as inferior and all too often feeling inferior. I'm here to call your attention to the lie of white superiority and Black inferiority as the root cause of all the hardships uniquely experienced by African Americans, Afro-Panamanians, Afro-Swedish, Afro-British, Afro-Pakistani, Afro-Indian people. The lie is the driving force behind the centuries-long dehumanization of Black people. From the transatlantic slave trade, through enslavement, through Jim Crow, through today's continuing assaults on our lives and dignity all around this world. The lie is the reason why, in spite of all the constitutional amendments and legislation and marches and court victories and very impressive individual successes, overall progress for Black people just keeps stalling. So I join with calls for full and comprehensive reparations for Black people. But I also appeal to you to recognize that without intentional and aggressive steps in the form of emotional reparations, to promote healing from the emotional damage caused by the lie, and to finally destroy the lie itself, all other efforts aimed at reparations for Black people will fall short. The task force has asked me to focus my testimony on my vision and passion for the movement for emotional emancipation. I really appreciate that. This movement, which CHN has been building since 2006, and which is CHN's way of charting a path to emotional reparations to repair the specific emotional damage caused by the lie. Quite simply, I want to help end the multi-generational suffering of Black people caused by a lie that promotes Black self-loathing and Afrophobia, a fear of Black people. The lie has harmed Black people around the world by undermining our individual and collective sense of self-worth, the well-being of our families, our children's sense of possibilities, and the harm continues day after day after day. The lie fosters an environment that constrains the human spirit and suppresses hope. It leads to tensions and divisions that often spill over into conflict. It contributes to family difficulties, the opportunity gap, the epidemic of violence among our young people, the disproportionate incarceration of Black people, police brutality, and the many, many other challenges we face. I would like to share with you briefly the analysis that drives our movement, this movement for emotional emancipation. So Africa, the birthplace of humanity, the cradle of human civilization, is still the richest continent in terms of natural resources, was, according to historian Henry Louis Gates, the home of ancient civilizations as splendid and glorious as any on the face of the earth. But beginning in the 15th century to justify the buying and selling of African human beings to enrich themselves, Europeans erased Africa's rich history and replaced it with the lie of white superiority. The seeds of the lie were first committed by Zurara, or scribe in the Portuguese court. Africans as beasts, with no knowledge of bread and wine, without covering of clothes, and worst of all, no understanding of good, but only how to live in bestial sloth. For many Europeans, the lie helped to resolve the inherent contradictions between Christianity and the enslavement of human beings. And for many Americans, the lie would also resolve the inherent contradictions between enslavement and the ideal of equality set forth in the Declaration of Independence. The lie said that everything that comes out of Africa, including its people, is to be devalued, and every institution of the Western world supported by unspeakable, often unspeakable acts of terror and violence was pressed into service to spread that lie. Marketing expert Thomas Burrell has called the lie one of the greatest propaganda campaigns of all time, designed to, and I quote, sell the concept that Blacks, Africans were innately inferior, and that it was indeed completely justifiable to treat them as subhuman beasts. The lie imposed European cultural values on African people. Profoundly negative stereotypes with which we are all familiar, grounded in the lie, adversely shape the world's perceptions of Black people, and all too often our perceptions of ourselves. These stereotypes have persisted, and the advantages conferred by whiteness and the disadvantages imposed by Blackness have been multiplying over the course of 6 centuries. Because of the lie, much of the world believes that Black people are inferior. That is our default position when we come into this world. The lie explains why Black people are the only human beings who are often, so often, associated with apes. According to Dr. Jennifer Eberhardt at Stanford University, the co-author of a 2008 study describing this association, there is one old race battle that we're still fighting. That is the battle for Blacks to be recognized as fully human. This dehumanization fuels implicit biases against Black people in policing, employment, healthcare, education, and nearly every area of our lives, with profoundly negative consequences for our health and well-being. Black people are amazingly resilient, and we have made extraordinary progress against the odds arrayed against us by this lie. But we have had to fight for every piece of ground, and the price we have been paying, engaging in this constant struggle, has been enormously damaging to us emotionally. A 2019 statement from the American Pediatric Association concluded that the stress generated by experiences of racism may start through maternal exposures while in utero and may continue after birth with the potential to create toxic stress. This transforms how the brain and body respond to stress, resulting in short and long-term health impacts on achievement and mental and physical health. We see the manifestations of this stress as preterm births and low birth weights in newborns, the subsequent development of heart disease, diabetes, and depression as children become adults. In July 2006, the American Psychiatric Association Board of Trustees approved a resolution against racism that states in part, racism adversely affects mental health by diminishing the victim's self-image, confidence, and optimal mental function. Optimal mental functioning. That's who we are. Self-image, our confidence, and optimal mental functioning, all diminished day after day by this lie. Now, it is truly amazing how much Black people have been able to accomplish while carrying the weight of this lie in our hearts, our minds, our spirits, and our bodies so long. But even more amazing will be what we and our children will be able to achieve once we take the time to heal and free ourselves from the lie once and for all. These are the basic premises of CHN's work. These are the beliefs that drive us every day. It is a natural consequence of a life of dealing with the pain caused by the lie that Black people are inclined to be hypervigilant, always on guard. Black-only spaces provide a respite from that hypervigilance. So in all our work, CHN seeks to carve out psychological, spiritual, and physical Black-only spaces for healing from the multi-generational damage caused by the lie. Our weekly midday emotional lunch breaks provide a space for emotional refreshment. Our rapid response Ubuntu healing circles are designed to create healing spaces in times of racial crisis. And our signature initiative, the Emotional Emancipation Circle, is a self-help support group process originated by CHN and developed in collaboration with our esteemed colleagues at the Association of Black Psychologists, represented here today by Dr. Ethiopia Jackson, past president, and Dr. Christy Haggins, CHN's principal point of contact with the association. The EE Circle provides space for deep work aimed at 1, acknowledging and reckoning with the lie, 2, processing how it has affected our self-images, our relationships, and the well-being of our communities, and 3, doing the work necessary to write our own emancipation proclamations, with the intent of eventually working together to figure out how we can finally rid the world of the lie entirely. CHN and the association have planted seeds for EE circles in more than 50 cities in the United States, the Caribbean, the United Kingdom, Ghana, and South Africa. This is a movement that is resonating with Black people all across the diaspora, as it is providing spaces for Black people wherever we are to, at long last, name the lie as the most powerful weapon ever formed against us that must be confronted so that we can heal and end our collective emotional suffering. The fast-growing wait lists for CHN's programs tell us that an increasing number of Black people are looking for spaces specifically focused on healing from the lie. I wish you could hear the stories as people come together in these spaces, the ways they are able to unburden themselves in the circles. But as I'm sure you will understand, what happens in our circles must stay in our circles. But I can share with you some of what people have said publicly about them. And in my references in my written statement, I will include links to 2 video interviews of EE Circle participants in Baltimore, Maryland, and Brixton, London, in the United Kingdom. But here, roughly excerpted from those interviews, are just 3 statements from people as they come into the EE Circle experience. Statement number 1, I wanted something new that would allow for some healing. I wanted to be a part of something that was honest, trusting, and safe, because I came from experiences in corporate America where I had to suffer at the hands of white males who looked at me as a sex object. Statement number 2, every day we're going into schools, still having to talk about light skin, dark skin issues, hair issues, how big are my lips issues. we still have that tape playing in our heads that we are not as good as the dominant culture. Statement number 3, I work with young people who are such media consumers. They're buying into the lies about who they are, how they talk, how they dress, how they behave, how they think. They're being sold these things and consuming them blindly. And here are 3 statements from people after they've begun the journey toward freedom from the lie. Statement number 1, it gives us a time to vent and let things out that we have held in for so long. Statement number 2, by attending the circle, it provided me with a cushion. Things can get very hectic in our lives through microaggressions that may be happening. It's good to go somewhere and be heard about those negative emotions inside and discuss with like-minded people how we feel. Statement number 3, I love the circles because they're safe. They're letting me unpack years and years of painful things taught to me in direct and covert ways about me and my race. And we're coming to the truth of the beauty of our Blackness. It is a beautiful and deeply moving experience to see the transformation in our people as they realize that they have been lied to, that they are not what the lie says they are, and that they can change the 600-year-old narrative from one grounded in the lie of Black inferiority to one driven by the truth of Black humanity. This work of emotional reparations cannot be accomplished solely with cash payments to individuals. More audacious, creative solutions are needed. This work must and will be led by Black people. The sympathetic government can help immeasurably by launching and sustaining big, transformative initiatives that, 1, acknowledge the depth and the breadth of the emotional harm that has been done by the lie. 2, apologize and ask for forgiveness for its part in promulgating the lie. 3, generously support the work of individual, family, and community healing initiatives focused on the lie and everything else that needs to be healed within our communities. 4, recognize that the lie is the thread that runs throughout the whole fabric of systemic anti-Blackness and work to remove every single thread, one by one, from every single system. 5, generously support comprehensive and highly visible public education campaigns aimed at raising awareness about the continuing power of the lie and ways to extinguish it. 6, recognize that this is more than a matter of racial justice, but rather a matter of Black people reclaiming our rightful place in the circle of humanity. And 7, acknowledge the need for good government and people of goodwill to do everything in their power to heal the harm and extinguish the lie in order to welcome Black people back into the circle of humanity. CHN is happy to work with the task force and all parties interested in advancing the work of emotional reparation. As a mother in the long line of Black mothers who are bringing our children into an increasingly hostile world, I urge you to urgently help us end the unique suffering caused by this lie, so that our precious children can finally move beyond surviving, flourishing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aird, for that moving expert testimony. We will now turn to Dr. Theo Jackson. Dr. Jackson, you may begin your expert testimony when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll wait for the slides to go up as well. Greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and I want to commend the work of the task force. Your contributions already to the psychosocial, spiritual healing for our people simply in your listening sessions. Can you move to the second slide, please? I just want to locate myself in this conversation. I want to give a lot of gratitude as well to my dear colleague in this work, Dr. Enola Aird, for the opening she just brought and for the wisdom that's following me for the rest of this panel discussion. These are esteemed colleagues who will go into a deeper dive into various aspects of delineating, once again, what we all know to be true, the impact of the lie, or more specifically, what I would say is what is due to us when you think about psychological reparations. Because it's not just these institutions and what happened for us in terms of disparities with finances, it is a psycho-spiritual, multi-generational woundedness that we have had to contend with and are still contending with in various places and ways. So in my conversation, I'd like to invite the task force to step into what Enola shared in terms of this audacious and creative solutions, to go beyond just deciding or considering who's due what financial compensation, but how do you leverage your authority in this decision making in this historical moment to actually target the systems that continue to do harm to our people from a psychological, emotional, spiritual place. And I hope as you hear my conversation that you will hear some concrete, tangible, short-term and long-term aspirational goals. First, let me say, too, I want to appreciate some of the comments that came before me, particularly when people were talking about the need to hear more from folks within California. So I want to locate myself again, though that I'm in Maryland right now. My entire professional career was, in fact, in California, in the Bay Area for about 35, 40 years. So that is where I was brought up and raised by the clients and populations that I worked with, both at Children's Hospital Oakland, which is now called UCSF Benioff Children's, as well as the community folks who are struggling with what is typically called mental illness, and also growing up within the bosom of the Bay Area chapter. So though I'm here in Maryland, I still consider myself bi-coastal, and I hope that becomes clear and evident as I contribute to this conversation as well. So next slide, please. So first and foremost, when we think about trauma, which has been a very prolific term for us now, we know it's meaning that something abnormal is happening to someone, and it can lead to lots of dysregulation, physical changes, psychological, spiritual changes. But I want to put this in deeper context, looking at the moment that we're sitting in now, at the nexus of the COVID and the heightened attention around racial trauma. You know, the COVID set the entire world down and pulled back the curtain on this long-standing, ongoing, persistent issue within our communities, where we have gone through times where folks are trying to make us think we really lost our mind by saying that we're post-racial, or the mental health field professionals would say that when clients are presenting with concern, when Black clients present and they say they're feeling a certain kind of way when they walk through a store, or feeling like in their work setting they're being treated differently because they're Black. Good intentioned mental health providers have also been known to label that as irrational thinking, a sense of paranoia, and begin to proceed that way. So in other words, they're contributing to this dis-ease that we're dealing with. And I offer these images as well when we talk about the evidence that we're still going through this. So again, in our post-racial society, there's such a preoccupation with the residuals of enslavement that even when good intended white feminists are wanting to protest their right to not be locked down for COVID, why are they pulling up an image, a Black image of a person who was formerly enslaved as their evidence that they're not slaves and they need to be free? Again, when the January 6th election happened, again, the image, why are we seeing the noose once again? So these are all the messaging, the psychological residuals, the ongoing psychological torment and terrorism that our folks have been exposed to. Next slide, please. So to be clear, this type of trauma has touched all persons of African ancestry, particularly those that we've been speaking about here in terms of freedmen within the United States. They just may be in various places in terms of how they are reacting or coping with those stressors. Some of us have a certain level of psychological awareness, so we're able to sort of name what's happening to us and able to access resources in terms of family, friends, and even a good mental health provider if that's available to them. But there are many of us who are still unaware because we bought into the lie, once again, that everything is individual. So there must be something wrong with me. So they're taking all of this in and they're reacting from that. And this is what's emerging most times for what is called mental health illness or severe mental health illness here in the United States. Because I would say we need to be very curious and critically question and wonder how much of what's being presented is actually a manifestation of the ongoing complex trauma, racial stress that we are exposed to versus someone's Western theoretical individuation of pathology located in the person. These terminologies I offer here for our readers to take in as I'm sharing this, but I also want to honor and take in some of the work by a psychologist from the First Nations, Braveheart, who talks about soul wounds. What we call multi-generational trauma, which passes down from one to the next. And this is not necessarily a verbal passing down. I don't have to sit my children down and talk with them about racism so explicitly. However, they can still feel it in the nurturance of how they're being raised up. If I am not conscious as the mother of the psychological implications of racism in terms of how my children can be disenfranchised in school settings, the worriness of being safe coming home with the interface with law enforcement. If I'm not aware of that, and I'm really buying into everything is fine and we're post-racial and everything's equal here, then I'm leaving them at a psychological disadvantage when certain atrocities show up and they end up internalizing that. I also want to underscore here too this idea of collective trauma. Once again, I may not have to experience my child being murdered in order to feel the pain and the risk of my child being murdered simply because of the color of their skin and because of someone else's pathology. I'll just name it that way. So there is a collective trauma for us. I think this also shows up for many generations of Blacks. If we say when something happens, we're like, okay, were they Black? And we take a sort of an exhaling if there wasn't someone Black who just did that major crime, because we feel that deeply. Also, when we talk about the atrocities during the time of enslavement, they happened in the past, but they're still living in our DNA and our spirit and in us. So we still feel it as well too. So I would submit to you the murder of Brother Floyd and Brother Ahmed and others who've been named even recently reawakens the psychological trauma and pain of all those who were unnamed and taken from us to all the ones that we can name, have lost their name, but still feel the essence of them within us. So this is important because it's also laying the foundation, the realization that the systems that are designed to help alleviate such mental illness, if you will, or psychosocial or psychospiritual woundedness are not prepared to do so. At minimal, they are actually part of the problem. I want to underscore the beautiful title of the California Reducing Disparities project that was done in 2012, where it was when they were looking at the experiences of Black Californians in the mental health issue. They aptly so named that piece, "We're not crazy, we're just in systems that are crazy." So this is important. Next slide, please. So many of the Western systems predominantly are still very much preoccupied with individuation or the individual level of what's happening. But systems of oppression, and more specifically, systems of structural racism, is in fact the dis-ease that has roots for many of our behavioral, mental health, psychological, or otherwise. And it does, in fact, not only involve these messages, but as my dear colleague Enola Eyre just explicated, they are the roots that feeds that type of thinking. This is how the lie manifests itself. So we want to hold on to this and that level of importance as we continue this conversation, because it also speaks to things like use of language. This is important to me all the time, because when we say children who are at risk, then it focuses all of the attention on fixing the child. The funding goes there. It's the evidence for pulling a child out of a class and placing them in individual therapy without their families knowing. And this is one of the things that still happens in California that I'm very much aware of, in other issues. But if we ask ourselves, if we can shift that and say our children are at potential in at-risk environments, then the question becomes, what happened to them? What's going on in their environments? And this too is where I'm asking the task force to be curious about how you can leverage your positionality in increasing and impacting the environments in which our youth and families are growing up in as part of their healing process, as that too would go a long way. This is also important when I think about, excuse me, I'm just having a little dry cough here a little bit. Hold on. This is also important when I think about the storiedness that Miss Mims shared early, and I want to appreciate her for her courage in bringing her story forward, because I think it's a good example of our institutions not understanding the depth and woundedness of this type of psychological stress and how it shows up. And it too deserves the same valid attention, resources, and time off as any other illness, if you will, because most of what shows up as depression, anxiety, obsession, behavior, whatever those diagnostic labels are, I still submit that many of them have their roots in this unresolved trauma that we can continue to contend with. So there's a proverb that says, the lion and sheep may lie together, but the sheep won't get any sleep. I want to offer that in the sense that those Black psychologists and mental health providers who've been doing this work, there's no sleep for us. There's no sleep for the people who are in the grassroots, in the trenches, who have really been, and many of them you've heard on the call today and previously, many of these organizations and grassroots leadership that comes forward and they're doing the work behind the scene and for the people while still having to contend with their own exposure to this type of trauma. So Black exhaustion is extremely complex and it's real. Next slide, please. So the psychological literature will talk about when you're dealing or working within trauma and coming from a trauma-informed care approach, it's really important to produce realignment after trauma. I beg the question, how can there be realignment after trauma when the trauma has not stopped? And that's the question we need to be asking critically. Again, language is important. There's a prevalence around the importance of resilience, our capacity to bounce back. And I completely get that and concur with it. And yet at the same time, it can be weaponized against us because there's an overemphasis, almost glorifying our capacity to bounce back, as opposed to saying what's going on they have to bounce back from and how do we stop that. So here, once again, I want to underscore an opportunity for the task force to listen critically to the conversations coming through with my colleagues today and others. How can you leverage this in California to stop the madness, to get the knee off the neck, so we do not have to continue to be resilient, but have a right to live a whole, well, psychological, spiritual, physical, economical life. And again, when we think about the trauma, it talks about shifting the language from what happened to you, i.e. pathology, what's wrong with you, to, from what's wrong with you to what happened to you. So please allow me that correction. So this is what I'm saying. Mental health services, providers, there has to be an accountability for their addressing the issues of what happened to whomever they're serving and how their services will meet and address those issues and move away from simply promoting symptom reduction and be more intentional about quality of life change. Next slide, please. So I bring these next two slides up just to be very clear about this very historical moment that we're sitting in right now. I submit to you there's a sort of a crack in the system that I think it's crucial for us and for the task force to leverage the conversations that you're listening to help transform the field of mental health services. Because as this statement is showing, the American Psychiatric Association named out loud and said very loud and clearly that it too has been working from structural racism, naming all the atrocities that many of us have known to be true about the disproportionate services for people of African ancestry, African descent, where they're more likely to be pathologized, diagnosed with diagnoses like schizophrenia and others. They're more likely to be over-medicated, under-medicated, simply because of bias, implicit bias, and structural racism within the system as opposed to what's needed for them uniquely. And we see this because the literature has clearly demonstrated the evidence of the differences in treatment when everything else is held the same and ethnicity and or class are the variables that bring this forward. I want to read to you a quote that stands out for me quite a bit. You know, historically, psychology has accepted whiteness as a standard or norm and presented other modes of being as marginal, unnatural, or in some way straying from the norm. This is what is being apologized for. However, it's not enough. Next slide, please. It's not enough because, again, if we look at the apology and the energy that's going on now within the American Psychological Association, where they have posted their own apology. I was actually part of the work group that was tasked with delineating the chronological history of all the damages that were done to communities of color. And I strongly encourage the task force, if you have not, to look at that document. But I also want to say, too, this is all still incomplete and insufficient. Though I'm pleased I was part of it, but there's still systemic issues that gets in the way of bringing about genuine change and recognize this because the system is actually broken. Right? It is, in some ways, it's doing what it was intended to do. It just like the history of law enforcement in this country, the history of mental health was actually designed to strategically pull out and disenfranchise certain groups like Black folks. So I like to say it's that the psychology and the mental health services that we have now are drawing from what I would call a poisonous well. That the hegemony, the roots of how it was designed is still bearing fruit in how we practice today. And so therefore the institution itself cannot be solely responsible for changing itself. It does need outside viewers, outside folks like the task force critically looking at its role in this work. Let me just share one other quote for you as well, please, that stands out for me that I think feels relevant here, which is the report, the California report, the California Disparities report is prominent for me too because it strategically looks at the voices of the people. What are they saying about their mental health? And as opposed to listening to established systems. So though APA, both these psychological associations and American Psychiatric have started this, it is not their work to do and finish. It is ours to do. Next slide, please. And what I mean by drawing from the poisonous well, one of our callers earlier referenced this diagnostic space. But this is what we mean by the residuals. They're still sitting here. This was what was determined to be a mental health issue, is the preponderance of enslaved Black persons to run away from enslavement we diagnosed as pathology and prescribed the cure. And its residuals that shows up here is the myth that is a cultural value for Black families to beat their children, when it is actually a social adaptive phenomena based on these 300 plus years of this type of behavior that we were socialized into. So we wish to note that treating perceived racism at the individual level not only applies a proverbial bandage on the insidious problem, but also further burdens the victim. The systems that may serve as the source of the discrimination should be aggressively targeted. From a systemic standpoint, medical and academic institutions alike can raise awareness of the negative impact of racial discrimination, systemic racism, and health disparities through didactics and trainings focused on diversity, cultural awareness, and sensitivity. But more specifically, the ones who are leading those discourse must be the people themselves. We must hear from our own communities. That needs to be central and privileged, as opposed to professionals coming in and saying, here's what we're going to do to fix you. We have to strategically listen to their voices. And I want to, again, underscore the work with the Community Healing Network, because the Emotional Emancipation Circles is a beautiful example of what health and healing can look like for our people, because it goes beyond simply formal therapy, if you will, because not every therapy is therapeutic, and not everything that's therapeutic is therapy. And as we go through this talk, many of those who are trained to help in the mental health profession are ill prepared, miseducated, and some are very intentional about their racist thoughts and attitudes about our people. And so when we present with certain symptomatology, if you will, or a context, we're led to believe that the problem is us, and not given a space to really look at what's happening to us, and then also to critically review how internalized racism is impacting us and how we interact with ourselves, one another as well. So next slide, please. So what we're really calling for and what we really need is a genuine transformation of the mental health field. And I would be remiss if I did not honor and raise up the work of Black psychologists, particularly those who are the founders and members of the Association of Black Psychologists, and as well as other Black organizations like the National Association of Black Social Workers, Black Psychiatrists of America, Black nurses, and the list goes on. What I'm wanting to underscore with this particular slide here is raising up the fact that these organizations have been doing the work together and individually within their own disciplines, yet we've been at a disadvantage because small in numbers, limited resources, and the systemic supremacy and domination of organizations like the American Psychological Association and the American Psychiatric silences this work. So again, I would like to suggest to the task force that you are very intentional to continue to invite to these conversations members of these various groups, particularly those who are working within California. And I'm going to give, of course, a huge shout out for the Bay Area chapter, as well as our up and coming Sacramento chapter for the Association of Black Psychologists. And we have other chapters throughout. Just being able to help leverage the work that they're doing at a higher level is a valuable way to dealing with the psychological reparations of the enslavement Mayat. Can we go to the next slide, please? Because one of its primary gifts is shifting how we think about trauma, how we think about illness. And I want to lift up the work of Marimba Ani, Dr. Ani, who talks about conceptualizing what happened to us in this idea of an African trauma cycle, where prior to the slave trade, prior to the trafficking of Black bodies, prior to the genocide, the direct intention of genocide and trauma to Black bodies, there was a period of wholeness for us within the African continent. It's our way of being in the world. We still had our own struggles, but they were ours to contend with. The Ma'afa is this time of the enslavement, and we are actively in what we want to call the Sankofa space, where we must do our own healing. We must be the drivers of our own healing. We must be heard in our own healing. It's not to disenfranchise anyone else, but to center us. We have gone through this. We know what's happening, and we have the tools to address this, particularly within the Association of Black Psychologists, other Black scholars, across the groups I just spoke to. So this is the leverage that we want to say as we go to the next slide, please.
Ms. Jackson, can you wrap up?
Yes, just
wrap up your comment.
Absolutely. Okay, so many of the scholars, these are unsung scholars who paved the way. This is just a short list. There's many, many more. These are the types of criteria that can be used for what reparations will look like. Next slide, please. And I list these here. We can go to the next one too, just for the visual representation. The scholarship is here. It just needs to be taken into a deeper dive of application. How do we require mental health professions to be accountable to us and our people, both in terms of funding at the federal and state level with guidelines? How do we be very clear about lifting up the work that's already been done that's effective, but it needs to be researched and further applied at a greater level beyond the limited resources that we have. The therapist in residency program that comes out of the Bay Area chapter is a perfect example where it was very intentional in how do you train Black clinicians to provide Black psychology therapeutic services within the Black community. The feedback, just like with the EECs, well received within the communities, but again, we need more resources to expand it out. How do we build further on community-defined practices, listening to our folks, lifting up that work, centering it as we bring in other sciences, and then strategically dismantling racism in mental health services. Next slide, please. I'm going to move through very quickly. I do want to take just the last couple of minutes to really underscore this particular population as we look at the interplay between those who live with sickle cell disease, which is a chronic illness, and its implications for Blackness as well. Next slide, please. So sickle cell disease is a inherited blood disorder that both parents, of course, need to, at minimal, have trait, which means they don't have the disease, but they have the capacity to pass it on, or you can have one parent who has the disease and one parent with trait. And this is a debilitating disease that has been going on for centuries. However, here in the United States, it continues to be underserved, under-researched, and underappreciated given the complexities of the illness. Next slide, please. And it's a very multifactored, very complex disease that requires intense treatment and care, and yet it is the least attended to, if you will. And pain is one of the primary criterion here, in the way in which the structural racism shows up is the disenfranchisement, where professionals do not want to work with patients who have sickle cell disease. I've witnessed where nurses would draw straws, and whoever has the shortest straw is the one who's going to serve the patients with sickle cell disease. I've witnessed many times where they're referred to as sicklers, or they're being accused of fiending, that they're in pain, even accused of wanting to have a psychosocial admission because of their wanting to be drug seeking. Next slide, please. The prevalence is real. This is here. I just want to bring attention to the work that was happening in California and how to expand it further. It is important that we bring back the comprehensive care centers to better serve this population across the lifespan. You can see that there are emerging populations who are being diagnosed with sickle cell disease, but the primary group is still people of African ancestry, and which leaves them again to the implicit bias within the healthcare industry. Next slide, please. And again, honoring the work of the Black Panthers within California who knew this then. And so we're still in the same conversation of how to increase the awareness, and both within our community, so we can make sure we understand our status, make informed decisions about reproduction, but more importantly about the quality of services that we receive, and also the care that's needed in terms of the training for the medical professionals. Next slide, please. So the healthcare disparities are real, as I've sort of tapped into a few of them. The ways in which they also show up too is that there are too many medical professionals and nurses who've only had, if anything, a page or two in their training around sickle cell disease. They're not used to working with such a patient. And so then when they show with sickle cell disease and they have a Black face, they are least likely to care for them. and they're more likely to present in all the healthcare disparities and implicit bias and structural racism that's well documented within the field. Next slide, I'm almost done, I promise. So in terms of reparations, when thinking about this particular group, and it flows from the previous ones, is partnering with the grassroots organizations, again, that are doing the work, giving a shout out for the Cayenne Wellness Group in Southern California, also the Sickle Cell Advisory Council in the Northern California under the leadership of Wanda Payton, and being able to, because they put together a 10-point plan of how to dismantle some of the racism, structural racism experienced by patients in the ER. The task force should definitely invite them in to learn more about that. I've sent you the document to look at more closely. As noted here as well, the California Children's Services Standards was written in 1977. It has not been updated and it desperately needs to. There's a disparity in terms of how insurance is done, where those who are on public assistance have very limited access. Those who are in private also have limited access. So we have to close the gap in terms of being able to ensure that all patients, all people living with sickle cell disease, who we call champions, have full access to good quality medical care, as well as access to what we call complementary alternative medicine pieces in their work. And next slide, please. And so as I close, and I want to thank you for this moment, my apologies for going over time, but I welcome questions. But at the end, I just really, as I said, want to lay the foundation, the context for the task force to continue to be bold and courageous and think more diversely in terms of how to leverage reparations and helping to target the systems that continue to perpetuate psychological, spiritual, emotional challenges within our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jackson, for your incredible expert testimony. We'll hear next from Dr. Sean Oopsie. And I'll just say, it's 11:09 and we have 50 minutes left for this section. And we definitely want to hear from our esteemed task force members who I'm sure have comments and insights and questions. And so I know each expert was told that they had, up to 20 minutes. And so moving forward, let's just try to stick to those guidelines. So Dr. Oopsie, you are next, and you may provide your expert testimony when you're ready. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I want to first thank the and the task force for inviting me to speak. I had a presentation. I think I'm waiting for the PowerPoint slide to load, but I will not be able to go by the PowerPoint slide in the interest of time, so I'll try to make this as brief as possible. But the nature of my talk, if we can go back to the first slide, the goal of my discussion or my talk was going to be to provide a model that would solidify the argument for reparations. Can you go to the first slide, please? The cover slide.
I'm sorry, this is the first slide.
Okay. Anyway, so the title of my presentation was Historical Trauma and its Intergenerational Transmission, the Tulsa Race War of 1921 as a case study. And what I was trying to do in this discussion was to make the point, the counterpoint, that it's not really that much of a stretch to make the argument that enslavement has had a psychological impact on contemporary African Americans. And there is empirical research that proves that. And so I was trying to provide a model to do that. So I'm using the Tulsa Race War as that model. So we know that that historical trauma is real, that there are several important events in the history of this country that solidify that argument. We know there have been over 5,000 African Americans lynched between 1985. We know there were over 30 major acts of ethno violence, including Tulsa, Rosewood, and other communities that were burned to the ground. African folks were tortured and murdered. Next slide. And so it's also important to know that this is not really a thing of the past. And you don't have to watch TV or Facebook or YouTube to understand that African Americans are still the primary targets of racial violence and ethno violence. And there is a scarcity of research that examines psychological trauma in relation to racial trauma or racial violence. Next slide. The legacy of slavery, as was already mentioned in my predecessor's discussion of cultural trauma, but the legacy of slavery provides a collective lens through which African Americans see the world. And it's through this lens that we can understand the psychological harm that's been done. Next slide. Again, trauma is as that which occurs to an entire culture during the same period in a common geographical area caused by the same agency, whether it be human or natural. And so this concept of cultural trauma is really the instrument which we understand how it's transmitted across generations. Next slide. And again, I apologize for going fast, but I know we're out of time. Next slide. Here is a graph that kind of delineates how the dominant group imposes their will on the subordinate group, and the trauma that results is passed across generations through various means, as was said earlier, not just through expression, but through silence. Next slide. And so essentially, I'll just jump into the crux of my argument or discussion. Essentially, I had the opportunity to visit Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Greenwood section, about 20 years ago. About 20 years ago, the survivors of Black Wall Street were numerous. Now I think there's one survivor left. When I went, I had the opportunity to talk to 12 survivors and about 20 odd of their descendants. And so I conducted a focus group, transcribed the focus group, and began to look for themes in what they had to share about their experience. And my purpose was trying to find this common thread of trauma and resilience. Next slide. And so what I discovered in talking to the survivors of the race war is that the transmission of that trauma was primarily the function of silence. That the entire community was not only silenced, but they participated in that silencing process. And when I asked people, why didn't you tell your children about what happened? They said they wanted to protect them. And so I understand, again, when we're having these so-called talks with our children, right, we are transmitting that trauma. Now, these talks are necessary because we want to keep them safe. But again, we have to understand the unique ways in which this trauma is transmitted across generations so we can begin to cease or kind of reframe how that happens. Next slide. And so again, we see that this mass racial violence, not just racial violence, but mass racial violence. I mean, from Wilmington, North Carolina, to Chicago, to Detroit, to Tulsa, to Rosewood, Florida, to St. Louis during the Red Hot Summer, was something that happened in three ways. It wasn't just the Red Hot Summer. It was post-Reconstruction, it was the Jim Crow era, and then the Red Hot Summer. So there had been waves earlier, prior to the Red Hot Summer, that happened that also resulted in mass racial violence. Next slide. Again, I can't go into all this, but it really is important. Next slide. I wanted to talk about the Trail of Tears, how Black folks got to Oklahoma. We tend to romanticize many experiences resulting from enslavement. And I know I grew up with the same narrative about being half Cherokee that many Black folks did. When I discovered that Cherokee actually owned Black people, it kind of began to reshape my vision of my identity. I'm pretty sure that my mother and father and their mother and father were trying having to explain that your light skin is a function of rape, right? And that is a consequence, as you look in the mirror every day, of the experience of African people. And so we try to dress it up, romanticize it, and make it as though there are other explanations when the evidence is in our face. Next slide. Again, next slide. So the exact events that resulted in the Tulsa Race War are perhaps important as well, but we can't cover them now. But the point is that there's a legacy, right? That if you go to Tulsa today, you can still witness the legacy of the race riot contemporarily, although the exact events are still not known by many Tulsans, people in the Greenwood section, because the silence continues. Next slide. And even the people who were at the center of the race riot somehow disappeared and were lost from history. Dick Rowland, again, was the man they were going to lynch. And again, the important message I want to end with, although I'm having reviewed everything, but I have to end in the instance of time. The people from Tulsa, and please continue, the people from Tulsa, when I asked them what message would they like me to communicate to the world in my research, and they said that they wanted the world to know that they rebuilt. They didn't run away. They weren't afraid. They stayed and they rebuilt. And so I promised them that I would communicate that message. So inherent in the concept or the phenomena of the racial trauma experienced by the folks in Greenwood, it's important to know that resilience was at the center of that, and that despite what they faced, they were able to rebuild and come back. Again, I want to yield my time to the next speaker, and thank you. I apologize for not being able to go through it thoroughly.
Thank you, Professor Uti, and I apologize for that. But thank you again for your incredible, thorough expert testimony, and I'm sure that we'll definitely have questions and comments and insight based on the information you provided. So next, we'll go to Dr. Joy DeGruy. Dr. Joy DeGruy, you may begin your expert testimony when you are ready. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's see. How do I get my camera on? Can you hear me? There I am. Can you hear me?
Let me see you.
You can hear me and see me. Excellent. Thank you for those who came ahead of me, Madam Chair, members of the task force. The good news is my colleagues have done such a good job, I can skip a lot of slides. But I'm kind of bringing home a different kind of perspective in terms of how I am seeing the relationship between the current mental health status of people of African descent here in America, African Americans, and American chattel slavery. There seems to be a difficulty for people to see that connection. I have a difficulty not seeing that connection. So part of this is going to really trying to bring home those connections. And the first thing I wanted to say is that there's a bit of mythology around the whole idea of slavery. So what happened after slavery officially ended? Well, the first thing that happened is it didn't. Okay, it was peonage, the unlawful selling of people back into slavery. And this lasted, of course, until 1945. Then after that, you had black codes, sundown laws, and exclusionary acts. So everybody was free, but you better not come here. And those sundown laws and sundown towns exist right now. Gina, Louisiana was one of those places when we heard about the Gina 6. And of course, that ended in 1867. Then you had the convict leasing. Well, we got to have a slave labor force. So this is where disproportionality happened. We want to know where that happened. How is it we disproportionately have all these black folks in prison? Well, they had to change the rules. And so now we're going to lease them out. In order to lease them, we have to hold them accountable for something. So now we're going to charge them things like vagrancy, startling a white woman, looking menacingly at a white woman. 15 years, 25% died under convict lease. Then following convict lease, we had Jim Crow, separate but equal. Well, it's always been separate. Matter of fact, it's still separate, but it's never been equal. Because everyone here knows wherever you are, where the hood is, right? And you know what defines the hood. You know when you cross that border and you stop seeing banks and you see check cashing places. You get my drift. So then we had, along with that Jim Crow segregation, we had anti-blackness and racial terrorism. We had lynchings, we had beatings, we had, well, everything we see today. And then we had the Civil Rights Act. Great. What continued was anti-blackness and racial terrorism. And from that, we have something called serial forced displacement, starting with slavery, being displaced from Africa, followed by, Jim Crow, And then we started naming it different things because that wasn't pleasant. It created cognitive dissonance. So people needed to get new names. So we called it redlining. It wasn't quite nice, but it wasn't as bad as some of the other stuff. And then after that, we said, well, urban renewal. And then it became curing urban blight. And now we have gentrification. That is serial forced displacement. Guess what the literature and data says happens when you displace people over and over again? It results in interpersonal and structural violence. So you break my leg and then you complain that I limp. Let's look at the first slide, the second slide actually. So when we start looking at slavery, and I'll be able to fold this in, we have people like Thomas Jefferson that make statements like Black people were, of course, physically unattractive, a little inconsistent with his behavior. We required less sleep. We were dumb. We were cowardly and incapable of feeling grief. Stay with me. He's saying that, 1800s, this is when these things are being said. And more importantly, he's saying it, which means now I'm going to export it to the rest of the world. So he exported anti-Blackness and racism and dehumanization. But now let's fast forward. Those myths about who we are show up right now. This is a survey of 222 medical students and residents. And this is from publishings from the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. They showed half of them endorse at least one myth about physiological differences between Black people and white people, including that Black people's nerve endings, and this also goes back to J. Marion Sims. I'm not going to cover those slides because I'm sure you've heard a great deal about him, that Black people's nerve endings are less sensitive than white people's. And when asked to imagine how much pain white or Black patients experience in hypothetical situations, the medical students and residents insisted that Black people felt less pain. This made providers less likely to recommend appropriate treatment. So now we're seeing in contemporary society, this belief persists and it causes injury, mentally, emotionally, physically, to Black people. Next slide should be slide 12 or slide 11. Go to slide 11. I'm sorry. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so let's just start with this. Can you play this?
Yes, just one moment.
Okay. And what I want to say about this is when we start looking at the impact these things have on contemporary society, these beliefs, along with the idea that, our children, simply don't feel or experience on the same level as others.
Camera, a 4-year-old little girl assaulted by a teacher who was supposed to be caring for her.
2 former employees at a local daycare are facing charges after being accused of mistreating the child. Local 12's Jenna Cisneros joins us live in Fairfield outside Wild Kingdom Early Learning Center. Jenna, first off, how is the little girl?
Yeah, I spoke with the mother of the little girl, and thankfully she's been doing well. Her mom says that she is nonverbal, and staff describes her as a gentle soul who wouldn't hurt anybody. The director says as soon as she heard that little girl's cry, she says her motherly instinct came to life, and she knew something was immediately wrong.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you.
What appears to be a seemingly normal start for this preschool classroom quickly turned chaotic.
Get out of here.
Former teacher James Cialino had been watching 10 kids in his class back in June when a 4-year-old girl left the room with another class. Jennifer Miller, the teacher of the other class, brings the child back into Cialino's classroom, and then he pushes her to the ground. Miller watched it all happen and proceeds to shut the door and leave.
The video itself has all the truth it needs in it. So as soon as you watch that or as soon as you see that, you know immediately what has to be done.
Director Lisa McMillian says a third teacher, seen in the red shirt, came into the classroom after the little girl got pushed to the ground. That teacher was not involved in this incident. Cialino then took the little girl to McMillian's office.
You just know something's not right with that cry. As a mom, you know when something is not right. As a director, I know all of those children and I know how they cry.
McMillian says she immediately pulled the surveillance video, fired the 2 teachers, reported the incident to police, as well as the little girl's family.
What the hell is this? I cried. I couldn't hold it.
It was so heartbroken. 3 months later, the family is still struggling to forget the incident.
The guy just pushed her away like an animal. What we're looking at, this is 2021. Okay, so I'm wondering right now, what didn't the cameras catch? What is going on and what is happening? Now, there's a slide. I want you to pull the slide up on stress in children and learning. You know, I think we have the wrong slides, but no, it's actually stress. It's the name of it is it's stress in children. Okay, that's okay. I will, yeah, I had two. No, that's okay. That's all right. Just stay right there. I have the slide over here. I will read it. Stress and learning. And I want to say this because we need to appreciate the implications of institutionalized and continual and perpetual racism that started with dehumanizing us on the front end. The remarkable growth and development of the neural cortex during the earliest years of life can only occur when a child feels emotionally secure and warm, stable relationships. When young children are stressed, fearful, or insecure, the limbic emotional area of the brain actually prevents learning from occurring. Stress. Here we're looking at a 4-year-old that is nonverbal, that cannot even defend herself, even if she was able to. And, you know, there's this idea that, you know, again, just send them on in. We know that based on a 2016 study from the Yale Child Study Center, we know that they looked at, what was it, 136 teachers, and they had these preschool teachers look at a classroom and determine whether or not there were potential problems. Well, of course, the actual reality was there were no problems in this classroom. But instead of watching the teachers what buttons they pushed, they watched the trajectory of their gaze to determine who they looked at when they thought there was going to be a problem. And predictably, just as we see the explosion of 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds, they looked at Black boys. They looked at them more. And even when two children were off task and there was a white child, a Black child, they didn't see the white child. They saw the Black child. Now, next slide. And this next presentation, I think, is just a picture of a classroom. You might have heard of this. Again, 2021. This is in Roswell, Georgia. And I want to unpack this for you developmentally, what's going on in this room. First of all the children in this room are innocent. What these parents captured when they decided to look in at their children, they noticed when they looked in to see what their child was doing, that all the white children have food in front of them and none of the Black children do. So there's learning going on here. The learning for the white children is that we're special. We don't quite know why, but we know we're more special than them. Now, what's interesting about this this captured picture, which went viral, is that none of the children told their parents. Now, let's get into the psyche of the Black children and to determine what's going on in their little minds as we see them harmed in this way. Okay, so what happens is a child internalizes shame, fear, guilt. We're bad. None of this is articulated, not even to their parents, but it's internalized. And then we want to know why Johnny can't read. And so for me, what I do, Joy DeGruy Publications, and with the models that I've written, all the things that you heard, is I put into the hands of parents data. So here's what I don't do. What every Black parent does is they take their little kids, they send them into the classroom, and they hope you're not going to hurt them. They hope that they're not going to do to you what they did to me. Like my high school guidance counselor told me I wasn't college material, middle-aged white woman. Didn't bother me or my family, but I can imagine how many other people she poisoned through her career. But she gets to be in these institutions where she does harm. So when I tell parents, when you send them in the classroom, I don't send them in hope, because I got skin in the game. So I go to my grandchildren's schools. I will train for free. But one of the things that I do with each classroom, and I walk in and there is a white teacher that is teaching my grandson or my granddaughter, I'm going to say, hello. I want to know what you're going to do to mitigate any potential harm as a result of implicit bias. And they may respond to me by going, oh, what do you mean? Well, here's some data. Want you to have that. Now that you've read it, I need to know what you're going to do to mitigate. Well, I'm not a racist. Here's some more data. You might not know. But what I have to do is lean into the direction of the most vulnerable. And I have to say, you being a nice person has nothing to do with this. I have 300 years of history. So there's two things that reparations needs to do, and it's been stated already. First is you got to stop breaking my leg if you expect me to heal from the injury. And two, we have to build and create an environment so our children don't have to come home every day and say, my teacher doesn't like me. And like I said, there's what's caught on film, and then there's what we don't see. And so, there's an African proverb, and the African proverb says, when you pray, go ahead and pray, because we should pray, but move your feet. There has to be accountability, there has to be action, there has to be protection of the most vulnerable among us. And that's not happening. And these systems, again, I'm not talking about what happened way back there, but you see, this is fueled by every major institution in America. At its foundation is white supremacy. I don't care if you're an architect, I don't care if you're a doctor, I don't care if you're a psychologist. What has been breastfed into American systems is white supremacy. We cannot pretend we don't know that. We cannot send our children, our youth, our men, our women, our girls, we cannot send them out into a world that is hostile with no armor. And so part of what my work is about is giving people the language, learning to lean in, learning that when your stomach is in knots, when you walk into the school to support your children, I help them understand where those knots came from. And I want to show this last film, and then I will wrap up. There should be actually one more. It's kind of strange little.
The daycare worker under arrest in Pennsylvania. Difficult video allegedly showing her push a 4-year-old girl down a flight of stairs. Authorities say she then notices the camera above her. Here's ABC's Lindsay Janis.
This disturbing video shows a 4-year-old girl apparently being shoved down the stairs at a Philadelphia area daycare. The worker then appears to notice the camera. At that point, she holds the little girl's hand and walks her down the remaining steps.
The little girl, she just was really shaken up. She was just like, and I'm like, her eyes literally were like, help me.
That daycare manager happened to be watching on a new camera that had just been installed a half hour earlier.
So I went and confronted her at the bottom of the stairs. What are you doing? We don't do this to children.
The little girl wasn't seriously injured, but the daycare worker, Sarah Gable.
You can stop the video. So again, I want to close by saying, when we start looking at how we make things right, this is not optional for me. Okay, this is not optional. People can't see the connection. Again, I say I cannot not see the connection. When we start looking at stress, remember, stress inhibits the ability to learn. Someone else talked about cortisol. So these are things that we need to lean into as people, as human beings, if we expect change to happen. And change is going to happen when we insist upon it and we put laws behind it. So I'm 100% for and with reparations, because we need to repair mentally, emotionally, and spiritually in order to change the trajectory for our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. DeGroy, for that dynamic expert testimony. So now we will go to Dr. Christy Haggins. Dr. Haggins, you are available.
All right. Give me just a moment. I have a PowerPoint to share. I think I'm going to be able to do this. Sorry, y'all. Why in this moment am I? Here we go. Are you able to see my PowerPoint?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
We do.
I can no longer see myself, and so I will trust that you can see and hear me now that you've confirmed that. So thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I wanted to just acknowledge that I am affiliated with the Association of Black Psychologists, the president of our Greater Sacramento chapter. I'm also the president and one of the founding members of Safe Black Space. It's from that place that I am going to be speaking with you today, along with other experiences that I have. I want to start by just acknowledging that we have problems. My colleagues have done a fantastic job, so I'll be able to move through some of my slides probably pretty quickly. But we have problems that are deep, long, and structural within the United States, and it's things that we cannot deny. And when I think about reparations, just in terms of acknowledging where I'm sitting around this, it's connected to this broad understanding of the history that we have experienced, the wrongs, the harms that have already been addressed, that Black people have experienced for hundreds of years by no fault of our own, and understanding that that legacy of enslavement, it still is present with us. And so reparations are about how do we correct those harms, knowing that they are still present for us in contemporary times. We also want to acknowledge that the harm didn't end just because the enslavement process did for us. We know that disparities continue to be prevalent in our experience, and that we are at the bottom of every quote unquote bad list when we really take a hard look at what's happening within our country. Enola shared this earlier, this quote around somebody told a lie one day, and I'm going to just show this brief video. I'm sure people are familiar with it, but just to re-ground us in what Reverend Dr. King shared, over 50 years ago, and what is still present for us. Queenie, I think you were going to be able to share that video.
I come here tonight and plead with you. Believe in yourself and believe that you're somebody. And as I said to the group last night, nobody else can do this for us. No document can do this for us. No Lincolnian Emancipation Proclamation can do this for us. No Kennisonian or Johnsonian Civil Rights Bill can do this for us. If the Negro is to be free, he must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and sign with a pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation. Don't let anybody take your manhood. Be proud of our heritage. As somebody said earlier tonight, we don't have anything to be ashamed of. Somebody told a lie one day. They couched it in language. They made everything black, ugly, and evil. Look in your dictionary and see the synonyms of the word black. There's always something degrading and low and sinister. Look at the word white. It's always something pure, high, and clean. But I want to get the language right tonight. I want to get the language so right that everybody here will cry out, yes, I'm black, I'm proud of it, I'm black and beautiful.
Right? What if we were able to engage with that sense of loving ourselves and understanding this story, this lie, this narrative that has been told about us, about our history, and about who we are, right? Again, a little bit of checking in about some of the history that we already know about, but Alice Walker has a quote that says, healing begins where the wound was made. And part of this story is us redefining the story of who we are in that narrative, but also being willing and looking at all of the wounds that have been a result of our enslavement process. And we see, right, the manifestations of this anti-Blackness throughout our experience of chattel slavery. This was referred to earlier, but this idea of the psychology of oppression, that there has been a very intentional method to use that lie and that story about our inhumanity and ways in which it has impacted us and the ways in which we connect and interact with each other, historically as well as presently. Right, so understanding all of the things that were taken from us in terms of our language, our values, our families, and the elevation instead of our experience of the European, the white, the colonizers' experience. And in doing that, the ways in which we may have internalized that messaging, created this experience of divide and conquer, with us not being able to come together. And then realizing that this is our history, right? As the United States, that 40 of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence owned slaves, that 10 of the first 12 presidents owned slaves, that we were not considered a full person, and that this is the legacy from which we have emerged. We know that systemic racism, institutional racism, is grounded in this hierarchy of white supremacy, this belief that the white race is advanced and more advanced and superior than Black folks. And that has been baked into everything in every institution. Right? It's all kind of boils down to these beliefs and the ways in which institutions continue to carry forth these belief systems. And that steam, some of that smoke that's coming off is still wafting present in our lives. As we consider our history, this has been well covered by some of the other presenters, but just acknowledging what we have been through the enslavement, the chattel enslavement process, the terrorism that we experienced through Jim Crowism, in addition to the things that we are experiencing even now, right? The school to prison pipeline, police brutality, and then of course, COVID-19. We understand that racism is a pandemic too. My colleague, Dr. Jackson, talked about this as well, but how it is a virus and it is making us sick. We often are aware of post-traumatic stress disorder, those of us who work in the mental health field, but the layperson is very familiar with this term of PTSD, right? We experience something or have had a serious threat to our lives, and we can manifest symptoms of PTSD. We're very familiar with that, right? And part of what we are discussing today is the understanding that trauma is experienced as well because of the historical anti-Blackness in our lives. This image may be, again, something that folks are familiar with, have seen before, but just to note, we see in 1814 an enslaved person, likely being, it's actually from the Legacy Museum, but an image of an enslaved man potentially being kidnapped and trafficked from his homeland. In 1914, we see an image of a man being lynched. And then in 2014, it's the chalk outline of our brother Michael Brown. And so the insidious nature is that this is persistent, showing up perhaps in different ways than what it was in 1814. My esteemed colleague, Dr. Joy DeGruy, who just presented, has work as well as Naeem Akbar and others, but who talk about this concept of, rather than PTSD, post-traumatic slave syndrome. The understanding that because of the hundreds of years of our chattel enslavement, that has resulted in different ways that we have learned as Black people to adapt, and ways in which are not helpful, that are harmful to us. It leaves us as well with this idea that there's nothing post about our experiences, as others have highlighted, that our experiences of racial stress and trauma and racism are constant, persistent, and leaves us frequently questioning, am I next? Am I next in whatever capacity that that abuse or that racism or perhaps death may occur? And it's me personally, but perhaps my loved ones, my family members, and the idea as well of how intergenerationally the messages, the experiences within our bodies even continues. Dr. Erlinger Turner has a specific definition of Black racial trauma. He describes it as experiencing psychological symptoms, anxiety, hypervigilance to threat, or lack of hopefulness, right, about the future because of repeatedly being exposed to racism, discrimination, And again, it can be something that directly has happened to me or something I witnessed, things that we see on social media. And so the impact can be present in our lives because of all the things that we are seeing and witnessing. We also know that the symptoms of trauma can be experienced with us as individuals, right? The ways in which we see symptoms of trauma showing up in our lives, nightmares, addictions, hopelessness, numbing ourselves out, insomnia. I'll share with you in a bit a little bit of my experience with Black racial trauma. But we also have to understand that there is this collective, historical, intergenerational experience as well. What I want to offer as I continue is I really appreciate the presentations and the slides provided by previously, and hope that you can also appreciate just a more community-based level of looking or thinking about some of these issues as well, right? Being able to see the impact of this trauma. I mentioned at the beginning that I'm one of the founding members and the president of Safe Black Space. It's an organization, a nonprofit that is based out of Sacramento in California that really grew out of the killing of Stephon Clark here a few years ago. We emerged, I frequently called the emotional emancipation circles, kind of were the grandbabies, or we emerged out of some of that work. But related to that, we do community healing circles for Black folks designed to have us understand some of the impacts of Black racial trauma and to help heal ourselves through this process. We ask a question at the end or in the middle of each of our circles, and one of the questions we ask is, how are you feeling about racism, about Black racial trauma? And you see here just a configuration of some of the feedback that we've heard from our participants. I know what stands out for me, big and bold right there, is sick, right? We see sick, confused, angry, mad, bruised, drained, anxious, defeated, many of the other things you may be able to make out for yourself. But the experiences that we have real, they are fresh, they're very present in our lives as Black people. I wanted to just take a moment and to share a little bit about my experience with racial trauma. I mentioned that I do work here in Sacramento, which evolved out of the killing of Stephon Clark by the Sacramento police a few years ago. But I really have been doing this work for a long time and was doing work with the Association of Black Psychologists and Community Healing Network related to helping folks across the state of California get trained on the emotional emancipation circles. It was during that period of time, you all may remember, in 2016 summer, when Philando Castile and Alton Sterling were killed like back to back. And for me, it was completely overwhelming. There were just a few days at a time. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, I couldn't concentrate. And literally, I was having early morning awakenings for 2-3 days in a row. On about the third day, so that means I'm waking up at like 4 a.m, can't get back to sleep. I decide I'm going to get up, right? This is ridiculous. And in that getting up and just opening to what I was experiencing, it was this extreme outpouring of grief. I cried and cried. I bawled. I wailed. I was tapping into the unresolved grief for myself, but I believe all of our ancestors and those who have passed or been killed or impacted by trauma that we have experienced. I literally could not go to work. I had to call in sick, or in reality, I called in Black, right? As a result of being Black in white America and experiencing these things. When I finally stopped, maybe midway through the day, I had this memory, this understanding of a Tongan quote that says, warriors cry to heal their souls, to cleanse their souls. Warriors cry to cleanse their souls. And it was at that point I stood up, I got up, found my power, and began to continue doing this work. And it's, again, not necessarily that easy, but just an understanding of how this can show up in our lives And regardless of our backgrounds, our degrees, as a psychologist, I was experiencing my own trauma and have been re-traumatized by other experiences. I think this image is just a powerful one to consider the impact of Black racial trauma, the ways in which it can impact us within different generations, within our own household, our family, regardless of our gender, that we all, and even with the videos Dr. DeGrue was showing, that as little ones, as the babies, that we can all and are impacted by situations such as these. And of course, we know social media, all the access and exposure creates an even deeper level of intensity of its impact on us. This is another just visual image of understanding at its roots how our enslavement process is historical as well as contemporary oppression and racism that we experience does impact many of the systems and the ways in which we interact, potentially even with each other, right? The intergenerational nature, it's disrupted our family systems, right? And again, rooting back to the idea that we were ripped from each other, from our homeland, and how that shows up even now in our inability sometimes to connect with each other, but definitely in our mistrust of the systems which have been abusive towards us. And then the potential impact as well of internalizing all of the messaging and how that can show up in our devaluing of ourselves, our beauty, but also potentially in violence within our communities or within our homes.
Dr. Higgins, can you take a few minutes to close?
Sure. So yes, let me move quickly. This is just a study. It was done in 2013 to 16 related to police killings and Black Americans identifying mental health. Again, I want to just acknowledge that our policing, our law enforcement emerged out of the slave patrols. And so there's a clear connection there. But this particular study looked at Black men or women, Black Americans, who had been killed within states within the past 3 months. And what they found is Black folks had more not good mental health days as a result. White people, white folks were not impacted in the same way. My colleague spoke about, it's been mentioned a few times, drapetomania and just understanding the history of mental health and psychology, psychiatry in particular, and the idea that we were diagnosed as being quote unquote crazy as a result of our desire to be free. I also want to just note that the connections between what has happened and what is happening and its impact on our lives. We also have covered previously the trauma cycle and the importance of Sankofa, returning to what we know to be true about ourselves. I want to acknowledge that how we heal is going to be important as we do that from our own perspective. We must reclaim our dignity, our humanity, and address this trauma very directly. As has already been mentioned, there are a number of healing circles and spaces and resources that can be available to do that, but we have to do the work by us and for us and not from a more Western frame of reference. In closing, I have maybe a couple more slides. This last one is just to consider this idea of the metaphor of healing in a physical injury. That if we had been stabbed, as we might imagine this person has multiple times, and needed treatment, it would be important, and we sought treatment, let's say metaphorically, right, at a hospital setting. It would be important for us to get the treatment that we need, and it may come in lots of different forms, right? We may need a surgeon to repair ligaments that have been torn. We might need a nurse to attend to our care. We may need a pharmacist to provide medication for us, a psychologist to do therapy. It's an all-inclusive process for us. And when we think about reparations, that's what it should look like as well. The mental health and healing perspective is key. And coming from that, from an African-centric perspective in particular that's culturally relevant, that hits the individual as well as the community, in addition to systems, is critical. Land transference, housing, financial restitution, all of those are additional opportunities to treat these wounds. And then, of course, considering the compensation, how might we consider that based on the history and the wrongs? In closing, regardless of however this unfolds, I have hope and trust that reparations that we are due will be paid in some capacity. But regardless, we have got to take care of and love on each other. That is where the medicine truly lies in our healing. In closing, I believe that reparations should be targeted towards descendants of non-immigrant Africans in America, folks of African ancestry in the U.S., because we know the injury is real. We've talked about that history extensively. And this idea that to not provide reparations would indeed perpetuate this belief, this narrative, this story, the lie that Black people are not human nor worthy. And I'll close with this quote and encourage each one of us to take this into consideration from Nelson Mandela. To be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. And with that, I will concede. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Higgins, for that incredibly moving and thoughtful expert testimony. And thank you for also including some personal testimony as it relates to racial trauma as well. Thank you for that. And so definitely last but not least, we have Dr. Stevenson. Dr. Stevenson, thank you so much for your patience. We're looking forward to your expert testimony, and you may begin when you're ready.
All right. How many minutes do I have? Like 4?
Say if the panelists can just stay with us for 25, 30 minutes. So you have 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll do.
That's cool. All right. First, I just want to say fantastic, my colleagues, and thank you for this opportunity. And blessings to this genius on the panel, Inole Air, Dr. Jackson, Dr. Utsi. Good to see you again, friend, and my good friend, Dr. Groy. So good to see and feel and hear you, Dr. Higgins. I'm just not going to say and try not to say what they have said. So keep clicking. I just a few assumptions and points that I want to make out and bring out, and focus also on the notion of how do we heal, grow, and thrive. So if you can keep clicking, I'm going to a few assumptions around the world is socializing us how to dodge race. That's a reality that we have to deal with, which is I'm interested in what Dr. Utsi mentioned around racial socialization, but we got to be interested in racial encounters as much as symbols. That what happens in 2 minutes can be quite powerful, as Dr. Groy described, and so you saw in those videos. 2 minutes is a long period of time to be assaulted and to be dehumanized. And so as much as people talk about systemic change, that's important. It won't happen without relationship change. We need both. Legal remedies are important, but they won't heal emotional trauma. We need to get close and proximal. Character is not as important, but competence is. How do we notice, how well do we negotiate these racial encounters and these problems? And that should be a basic understanding of competence in every profession working with our children. But I do believe we can change racial outcomes in proximal spaces. Next slide, please. When we think about racial encounters, we think about how what Shelley Harrell's definition of what is a stressful racial encounter is when we are overwhelmed, not only with our emotions, but our body and our cognitions are all out of whack. And so when we think about healing, we think about stress, we got to think about that stress influences our thoughts, our feelings, and our bodies. And if we're not tracking that, we're not able to capture the full impact, not only of the trauma, but how to heal outside of that trauma. So when we think about our work around racial literacy, which I'll describe in a second, we're thinking about what happens in a moment, in a face-to-face encounter. And a lot of the 2-minute encounters that happen in race in this society end up in disaster, if you think about it. And so many of us are focused on ideology, focused on legal approaches to race, but the trauma has to be addressed in these very small moments as much as the systemic moments. Next slide. We know that racial stress is important, but I'm going to focus you on threat, not just stress. When we think about stress, it is a sort of a different frame than threat, which is at a high level of fear. And so I would argue that over across these 3 centuries, we have been dealing with rage and threat, what Carol Anderson talks about, what Claude Steele talk about a racing mind, that when we are overwhelmed and stressed, our brains work overtime. We see some things in front of us and don't see other things. And we think about the work of William Smith around racial battle fatigue and Dr. Uchi's work around brilliant work on measurement of the perseveration and hypervigilance that we go through, adults and children who are Black, from trauma that interfere with our learning, as Dr. Groy described. And then the notion of dangerousness, being criminal, perceived as criminal and guilty, is very important biologically. Next slide. We can keep going. So part of the notion of threat changes how we think about healing, growing, and thriving. So if we can think about in those videos you saw that those were rageful, threatening reactions, that those were at higher levels of an incapacity, almost hateful, that we have to understand that how we deal with threat versus stress is very important. And some of the work, when we look at the neuroscience, some people respond to the faces of Black men and boys much like spiders and snakes. It's a primitive reaction. And unless we have strategies to understand that those primitive reactions can occur in less than 2 minutes, we're missing out. Next slide. And part of it is we know that some of Philip Goff's work is brilliant around if we compare Black boys at 10 versus white boys, are perceived as less childlike, not innocent, and 4.5 years older. Imagine what we give up when we adultify our boys. Next slide. And the same thing out of Georgetown. Oh, this is true for not only 10-year-old boys, but 5-year-old boys when it comes to perceiving 5-year-old boys' faces as triggering thoughts of guns and violence. Next slide. But it's also true for girls. If you look at the Girlhood Interrupted, the research out of Georgetown Law School, about even as Black and brown girls are thought of as adults, it allows folks to withhold affection and support out of the belief that they are not, in my opinion, and in Dr. Goff's opinion, they're not human. What he talks about is dehumanization. If I see you as not as you are, I'm dehumanizing you. If I add you and consider you older, I'm dehumanizing you. And in a big way, next slide, those elements can trigger threat. Dr. Groy has already talked about preschool expulsion. My good friend Walter Gilliam has done that brilliant work. And I usually ask people around the country, which grade do you think? And the only thing I'll add, next slide, most people, when I ask them, which grade do you think students of all racial groups are expelled, they pick middle school, 7th or 8th grade. And I think that's because we're all traumatized by our junior high school years. Next slide. And the reality is it's pre-K. And just to add to what Dr. Groy was describing, that pre-K students are expelled at 3 times the rate of kindergarten through 12th graders. Next slide. And those are racial disproportionate issues in which Gilliam describes the overreactions, egregious overreactions, which I would argue is threat-based behavior for 4- and 5-year-olds. Next slide. So racial stress harms our perceptions. It harms how we see Black and brown people, but it also harms our health in these ways that we could talk about, but you've already talked about it. Next slide. Next slide. So the thought about our healers. So what are we going to do about it? And some of our work around racial socialization has been found to have some very significant going up. Next slide. And I'm going to ask you to go back in a second. Most of the way we look at racial socialization, and it was mentioned by Dr. Utsi around the silence from the Tulsa folks, that in many respects, the question that we have to ask is, how do we talk to our loved ones? What are the components of healthy racial socialization, or protective or affirmative? And these are some of the elements, that we need to consider when we're talking to our children and when they're talking to us. Go back a slide. So we've learned that racial socialization can be protective, but the question is, why is it protective? And the theory that I've created suggests the reason it can be protective, talking, not silence, is because it prepares young people and adults for racial hostility by reducing the stress that often comes, the unpredictable fear or threat if I've had some schooling and I've had some love while I'm getting that schooling about racism and the history of its horror, when I see it in front of me, I've seen this before. This is not the first time my mother, my father, my brother has told me about this. And if my stress goes down, my confidence goes up, which means I can engage instead of fight, flight, or fright these moments. Next slide. So if we look at, next slide, if we look at some of the research on this, we have benefits of racial socialization linked up the wazoo, talking to even preschoolers. There's impact around self-esteem, anger management in our work with adolescents and academic achievement. But even this, we found that parents who actually feel confident about talking to their kids about race, it also reduces their racial worries, their worries about their children being racially profiled. Can you imagine what we could do in a village if everybody was supporting each other around this effort? And what does that mean for reparations, we might ask ourselves. Next slide. So part of the notion is we know that teachers of color and white teachers in schools have significantly different reactions to racial politics in the classroom. They're less threatened by those racial encounters. And it seems it's not just race that differentiates whether a teacher is competent in a classroom. It's also, have they been racially socialized? Even white teachers who've been racially socialized are less frightened by racial conversation. Black students bringing up issues in the classroom. Very important dynamic. Next slide. So we'll go to the next slide. So in another study that Dr. Jason Collins and I have been working on, looking at students in predominantly independent schools, we know that students of color who perceive their schools as threatening, that the more threatening they see the school, the more stress they experience, except when they report having some coping strategies to navigate that. The more coping strategies they have, even in a hostile environment, they are less bothered by that hostility, and in some respects have other strategies to cope academically quite well. And I want to talk about that, not about coping, but healing, growing, and thriving. Next slide. Now, this is not just true for middle schoolers. The older you get, it seems like the more coping strategies you have, the more you are buffered from that threatening context. And we know how schools can be. Next slide. So the conclusions is, if we're thinking about racial stress and threat, we got to think about proximal relationships and those 2 minutes that we're describing. Next slide. So we've been talking more about how do we turn racial socialization into an intervention? How do we enhance the protective, the affirmative, and the corrective parts of it? And so 3 skill sets we teach now, even to 3rd graders on up to CEOs, is the ability to read, recast, and resolve racially stressful encounters. Next slide. Reading is this ability to see the racial elephants in the room, in the moment, in my teacher, in my friends. And do I want to say, if I see it, maybe I can do something about it. It's around interpreting accurately what's happening in those moments. Next slide. Reading is fundamental to racial literacy. Recasting or reframing is this ability to use mindfulness with a focus on healing, growing, and thriving in the moment. Next slide. And we call it CLCBE, calculate, locate, communicate, breathe, and exhale. It's a mindfulness approach to help reframe racial threats in ways that I can engage them instead of swallow them and swallow the Kool-Aid of that hate, or take everybody out in a particular way, or in simply sense, freeze. Calculate is around what am I feeling in the moment? How intense is it on a scale of 1 to 10? Locate is where in my body do I feel it? Trying to make sure we get all of where that stress is affecting us. And communicate is around what am I saying to myself and what memories, what images come to the mind in those moments. You can see and say a lot to yourself. And breathing, exhaling brings oxygen to your brain so you can think and hear clearer. Your peripheral vision and hearing become much more accessible, and you're a better decision maker in the process. Next slide. And resolving is how do I make a healthy decision in the moment that isn't an underreaction where I pretend that trauma didn't bother me, that moment that what somebody said didn't bother me when it did, or overreaction, and that's when I curse out everybody, the cat and the dog and the hamster, it had nothing to do with it. Next slide. I was in a, next slide, we'll pass that. We're doing racial literacy studies now with high schoolers. We're finding a lot out about what they can take in quite quickly. It so happens, this is why I love Dr. DeGroy's work around confrontation. If you look at the research on confronting prejudice, it's very healthy in the longer run, not only for the victim, but also the perpetrator. That if you stand up, there's something healthy about healing, growing, and thriving, about calling out the harm that has been done to you, even if it's calling it to yourself. And I was in a fifth grade classroom in Chicago, and I was speaking to fifth graders at 7:30 in the morning about calculate, locate, and communicate. And before I could get to the last one, communicate, a Native American girl stood up and said, I'm angry at a 9 that I'm the only Native American girl in this school, and I can feel it located in my stomach like it's a bunch of butterflies fighting with each other, so much so that it's like they fly up into my throat and choke me. The brilliance of her and her family to teach her about noticing what's happening to her when she is stressed or threatened is a skill that I think all of us can learn from. Next slide. I'm going to end. Oh, so this is some of the work that the racial literacy work that we've applied to communities, and not only with teachers, but teaching barbers to be health educators for Black men between the ages of 18 to 25. We have had for 20 years now a basketball project where we help kids manage stress in the moment of hostilities on the court. We're bringing families in to teach them how to talk to their children about race, and then having the children challenge their parents about notions as well, to tell their stories and not be silent, as Dr. Utsi was describing. And other places. Next slide. We've also been influential in the work at Sesame Street, which some of you know has opened up a racial justice community focus for little kids, and that's very important. And they use some of our ideas called Breathe, Feel, and Share in that process. Next slide. And I think that might be the last one. And take-home points is we've got to pay attention to racial stress and how it affects our bodies, feelings, and thoughts. But don't forget racial threat. Racial threat is another animal. It represents and reflects the rage of white supremacy over these centuries, and it will impair our perceptions, decisions, behaviors, and relationships. Feeling threatened is human. Fight, fight, or flight. Avoiding, though, the threat, not facing it, will leave us unethical and incompetent. Racial stress is something we can see and we can do something with. Those who seek help are courageous. And this is not about blame, but it is about accountability and preparation. Next slide. There's a point in the letter from a Birmingham jail where Martin Luther King is not a preacher, he's not a prophet. All of a sudden, he turns his writing to being a parent. He says, you know, you suddenly find your tongue twisted and your speech stammering as you seek to explain to your 6-year-old daughter why she can't go to the public amusement park that has just been advertised on television. Martin Luther King is in the moment of his writing having a stress response about how he's going to protect his own 6-year-old daughter from the onslaught of hate and white supremacy. And he goes on to say, to see tears welling up in her eyes when she is told that Funtown is closed to colored children, and see ominous clouds of inferiority beginning to form in her little mental sky. And I can think of no more noble thing that we are here for, and for reparations, is to make sure that our children do not form or do not see those ominous clouds of inferiority beginning to form in their little mental skies. And I will end on that point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stevenson, for that incredibly thorough expert testimony. I want to thank Dr. Ayer, Dr. Jackson, Dr. Utsi, Dr. Gruy, Dr. Higgins, and of course, Dr. Stevenson for your expert testimony. I'm aware of our time, and so I'll take 15 minutes or less for questions and comments from our esteemed task force members so that we can end promptly at 12:30 and give enough time for folks to have lunch and reconvene. So at this time, I would like to turn to my esteemed task force members. If you all have any comments, questions, or insight based on the incredible information we just received. And I see Vice Chair Brown, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. and to our expert presenters. All I have to say is that the presentations were comprehensive, scholarly, great substance, right on. But with what all they've said, it appears to me from my perspective that we just need to understand we got to give intensive care. Intensive care. And we don't have much time to prolong the business of this task force with many things that we already know. We already know. Just look at Garner Murdoch's report 80 years ago, American Dilemma. All of that is there. Look at the Kerner Commission report. It's all there. Andrew Hacker in his book, Two Nations, Divided, Hostile, and Unequal, 1996. What I'm saying is that 90% of our work is getting the body politic of this state to do something and not make this exercise, as I said before, a paralysis of an analysis. We've had great knowledge, but the question is, do we have the will of steel? Does the Assembly and the Senate have the will of steel? Act on. But the experts have already told us it's all right to go through the process of going around the state, having hearings, but we must not make this a dog and pony show to those who would be engaged. I do not say they're disparaging, but that's what it will end up being. The patient is dying, mentally, physically. But are we going to do that which is necessary to give intensive care and declare a state of emergency on the deliverance of healing? Thank you. You know, the last thing is existential right now. What are we faced with? The disenfranchisement of the black and brown votes. You have seen it all over this country. But even in our analysis, we fail to understand that in addition to the physical brutality, the lynchings, etc., we must remember that it was on 1875 that 50 plus black people were massacred at Clinton, Mississippi, because those Democrats were mad at the Abraham Lincoln Republicans who had unified and enfranchised blacks. And how and right now we have today the redistricting, we have the voter suppression, all of these laws in 19 states, but they continue to do what they did in 1875. And that is to block us and stop us when we try to have strides toward healing and reconciliation. Thank you for hearing me, but this thing is existential for me because also a black Baptist preacher, George Washington Lee, was the first person to be murdered, lynched in 1955, May the 7th, because he wouldn't take his name off that voting list. And Benjamin May was right. Dr. King's spiritual and intellectual mentor, when he said in his last address to the students at Morehouse, the future will not come from the rabid segregation of the Barnett, but it will come from the so-called progressive white liberals who will wine and dine you in the swankers of hotels and sip tea with you, but will refuse to share political and economic power with you. This reparation has to see political and economic power being granted to us so that we will, as has been stated by many of these experts, healing will begin with us uniting with our allies to deliver us. Thank you for coming. After this expert on it, I just couldn't help it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brown. Member Grills, you are recognized.
I want to thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank our panelists today. I think you have made a compelling argument for the inclusion of some attention, substantive attention to mental health in how we are going to define the forms of reparation and reparations in this work. And I want to share the following with you. This was someone who, because I think it crystallizes what many of our panelists have said. She was actually waiting in the queue for about an hour to give public comment and had to leave to get to work. But this is what her name is, Barbara Melancon. She's a Black social worker. She's also a minister at Second Baptist. And she said, I work in hospice service with terminally ill patients who are at home. Many of my elderly Black patients are happy to see a Black social worker and share their experiences. Essentially, in the last days of her patient's life, they are sharing the following. I saw lynched 8 little boys' bodies hanging in a tree. White people are another person. White people are no good. Don't trust them, especially when they talk about the Bible. Another person said, forced to work in the field and was not allowed to go to school. Another person said, I was refused medical care during childbirth in labor. Another said, my father died from pneumonia because white doctors refused medical treatment. For many of these Black people in hospice, in the final days of their life, they're doing what Dr. Stevenson said we need to be doing for the integrity of our well-being. Shame on this society that in their final breaths, they're trying to unload the racial stress and racial trauma. And so I just want to, again, applaud the panelists for driving home that point. It will be hard for us to ignore the importance of mental health and well-being.
Thank you for that, Member Grills. I had a question for Dr. Utsi. So I also just want to apologize. I think out of all the expert panelists, I think yours was the most rushed. And again, I apologize for that. But I wanted you to just restate some of the key insights that you wanted to impart onto the task force as it pertains to the work that you do. And, the more broad question of, what can mental health reparations look like in the state of California for Black Californians?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I was trying to exercise my home training and be respectful of the speakers before and after me. And so I rushed a little bit, but I don't regret that. I think what I was trying to say in a nutshell is that historically, the pushback towards reparations has been kind of an evidentiary argument that you really can't prove that there's any harm done to contemporary African Americans from slavery. And to provide a model, a framework to make the argument that we can demonstrate empirically that the trauma is transmitted across generations in these various modes. And that as a consequence, no one has done the work going back to slavery in terms of empirically, but making the association between the early 20s and the work that's been done already with the Holocaust survivors, Native American folks, we have an empirical record that says this is how it works, that the trauma is transmitted not only in silence, but in our culture, through stories, through fables, through myths, how we raise our children. Even the idea that we all boast about how well behaved Black children are, our children are in public. We talk about how when we're out in public and we start misbehaving, Big Mama or our mother or father will give us a look and we straighten right up, right? And we juxtapose that with the white kid who's in public running amok, cursing his mother, kicking and spitting at his mother, and we kind of take a sense of pride in that. But what happens is that white child learns that there are no boundaries, that I can push the limits as far as I can, and my mother's right there to protect me. The black child learns to keep his head low. Don't take chances, stay low, stay out of the way, be seen and not heard. Now, when they become adults, what we've done to the black child is we stifled their willingness to take risk, to push the boundaries, to explore outside the box, right? So if a black child or a black adolescent tells their mother they're going to drop out of college because they have an idea they want to pursue, we would lose our minds as a black parent, right? We think they were crazy. But a Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg did just that because they learned that there are no boundaries that they must respect. We've learned to be cautious, and sometimes that cautious stifles our possibility. The way that this system has worked in terms of mental health is multifaceted, not just in terms of disorder, but even ambition, right? Even creativity, the willingness to kind of understand that the possibilities are limitless. So again, I think that we need to have a broader understanding of how the transmission of this trauma affects us today. And to be able to articulate that, it is necessary to have empirical proof that this is how it works. And so that's essentially what I was trying to say through my own work in Tulsa. And thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing my need to say something.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Are there any other questions, comments, insights? Senator Bradford, you're recognized.
I just want to thank the excellent testimony heard today from all of our expert witnesses, and I think
your audio went out, Senator Bradford. Okay, as we're waiting for Senator Bradford to come back, as I wanted to pose the same question to Dr. DeGruy that I posed to Dr. Utsi. If you could just reemphasize or reiterate, what reparations could look like in the mental health context, particularly for Black Californians. And then I also had a follow-up question for Dr. Hagans. There was a last point where you said, reparations should go to non-African immigrants. African non-immigrants. And so I just had a question if you could clarify how you got to that position. So Dr. DeGruy, you are you available?
I am. And first of all, I am I quote almost everybody here in my work. I'm just going to tell you, Dr. Hagans, of course, Howard Stevenson, you should be getting work coming your way. I quote you so much in positive racial socialization. I think that when I think about mental health, I think when people know better, they can do better. And what we do, and we are, the kid in the bank, and you were talking about the parents that just give that look. A stranger can give that look and the child will fall into line, because that's part of what we have done to keep ourselves, we think, safe, when at this point we're stifling each other. But I think that the more people understand it, when I talk about my work, it resonates, because I'm talking about down on the ground. I'm recognizing that this is right here. It doesn't have to be so extended in terms of transmission. There's been lots of work done around transmission. Not only that, but bringing in the concept of epigenetics and telomeres and the destruction of telomeres, which is, holds the strands of DNA together. And when you have stress and the degree of stress that we have, the cortisol, the adrenaline, and the inability to do things about that, it shortens our life expectancy. So we have transmission. We understand how it gets transmitted from generation to generation, biologically, socially, social learning theory. All of those things are really straightforward. But my sense is we've had, some of our best. I love them. They're in ivory towers. They got sucked up and they're, and God bless them. They're doing the work and keeping the lights on. But we need folks on the ground. We need boots on the ground with this. And I think that, whatever we do here, if this can't get transmitted to the folks out there that may not even have access to this, that's where I think the mental health need is. Because you see, I tell people, every single person I deal with, I said, this too shall pass. I said, and we have dealt with far worse. We have all that we need. When I think about the scholars that are here, and I know I'm dreaming, but we just need to open our own institution and make it happen. Okay, I think that is kind of what I said. My God, I wish I could. When I do this thing, I wish I could transport with this. What a sister said yesterday when she was talking about what's going on in the cyber world, which is so not my lane. But I could hear what she was saying, and I understood its need. So I guess for me, I'm always trying to look at what Howard's doing around how do we, because, I was there when you talked about play, preventing long-term anger and aggression in youth, and the impact of touch. You remember that, Howard? The impact of touch, that we are not touching our children. And he was able to reduce aggression by simply touching them.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
what our people need to hear. I'm done. I feel some kind of way about stuff. And I went to Crenshaw High School, by the way, graduated from Crenshaw.
Cougar. Gardena won't hold that against you. Gardena won't hold that against you. My sister went to Crenshaw because she was on that high school tour, kicked out.
Senator Bradford, you can go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just want to say this is just powerful, and I think if there's the connective tissue from slavery all the way to where we are today, it is the mental and the psychological abuse that African Americans are still dealing with today. And I think it's having far greater impact than the economics, the education. It all stems to our psychological worth. And I think that's so impactful, and we need to deal with it. And I just want to also echo what Reverend Brown always states. I mean, it's always a mic drop moment. So I thank you for constantly speaking truth. And I know as Reggie Jones Sawyer and I, as the only two legislators on this commission, we're committed to moving forward with the agenda. It's a real truth of talking to our other colleagues, our progressive liberal friends who will find reasons why not to support much of what we will probably want to move forward with this commission. But we're committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradford. So I know we're up over time, but I know I posed a question to Dr. Higgins, and feel free to answer.
Yeah, I'll just respond briefly. So the point that I made was that I believe reparations should be targeted towards non-immigrant Africans in America or the U.S. So in terms of folks that are connected in terms of African ancestry within this country, I know we've had some conversation within the expert panel and the public comment section, I think, that addressed that. So that's what I was speaking to. That's where we see the connection in terms of the injury that's still relevant today. That does impact all Black people, please don't get me wrong. But really understanding as the reparations and the bill that's being proposed, I believe, should be targeting non-immigrant Africans in the U.S.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hagan. So again, I would like to thank our esteemed expert witnesses, Dr. Enola Aird, Dr. Jackson, Dr. Utsi, Dr. DeGruy, Dr. Higgins, and Dr. Howard Stevenson. I'd also like to give a special thanks to Member Grills because without her input, we would not have these panels around the different sectors of health. So thank you to Member Grills. And so I know that we are over time, and we will reconvene back promptly at 1 p.m. for our panel on physical health with Dr. Kaufman, Dr. Kuzawa, Dr. Aroke, and Nkem Ndefo. So thank you again to our panelists and to the members of the public. And you can find all of these meeting materials on our website, oag.ca.gov/AB3121. And the meeting materials include all of the slides, so you can look back at your pleasure and your convenience. Okay, thank you, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. It is now 1:01 p.m. I will go to Parliamentarian Johnson so that she can establish a roll call for quorum. Parliamentarian Johnson?
Yes, thank you. Chair Moore. Vice Chair Brown. Member Bradford. Member Grills.
Present.
Member Holder. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Lewis.
Present.
Okay, I'll go back. Hold on a moment. Member Lewis.
Present.
Member Brown. I'm sorry. Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Member Tamaki.
Here.
And Member Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the task force consists of 9 members. 5 members were needed for a quorum. There are 5 members present. We have a quorum is reestablished.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Given that a quorum has been reestablished, the meeting is now called back into order. We will now go to our next agenda item, which is witness panel number 4 on physical health. So one of our expert witnesses had an emergency, so she will no longer be able to attend. But I will now go into introducing our esteemed speakers. One moment, please. The first expert witness we'll be hearing from is Dr. Joan Kaufman. Dr. Joan Kaufman is Director of Research at the Center for Child and Family Traumatic Stress at Kennedy Krieger Institute. She also holds appointments in the Department of Psychiatry and the School of Public Health at Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Kaufman received her PhD in clinical psychology from Yale University, where she served on faculty in the Department of Psychiatry from 1998 to 2015. In 2015, she was recruited to Baltimore to serve as Director of Research at the Center for Child and Family Traumatic Stress at Kennedy Krieger Institute. She also holds an appointment as a professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine and in the Division of Mental Health at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Dr. Kaufman's research is in the area of child abuse and neglect, spans from neurobiology to social policy, and uses tools from psychology, genetics, and neuroscience to understand resilience and mechanisms of disease risk associated with early adversity. She has received consistent funding from the National Institute of Health for her research and has published over 100 peer-reviewed professional articles and book chapters.